Ladies and gentlemen, the Richard Nixon Presidential Library Symposium, celebrating women's impact, starts now.
Good morning. Welcome to the Nixon Presidential Library and Celebrating Women's Impact. This timely symposium during Women's History Month will explore post-war 20th century advancements in the role of women in government. Many of you may not realize that President Nixon was the first to push for more women in high-level government and leadership positions. A single question from Washington reporter Vera Glasser at Nixon's first White House press conference in February 1969 got the ball rolling. Glasser asked why there were only 3 women among the 200 new administration appointments that had been announced. Taken aback, Nixon pledged to address the imbalance. As a seasoned politician, he created a special task force to delve into the issue. The Women's Rights and Responsibilities Task Force appropriately titled its final report, A Matter of Simple Justice. One of the task force members, Dr. Dee Boersma, was a graduate student and was chosen to represent the opinions of young people. She is one of our panelists today. Another panelist, former Secretary of Commerce Barbara Franklin, was Nixon's special assistant responsible for recruiting women for executive service and leadership in government. Like me, Barbara believes in service to our nation, and you will be hearing from her in just a few minutes as well. During Nixon's administration, more women were placed in mid-level government positions and appointed to boards and commissions than ever before. The number of women in high-level executive positions also increased. The story of Nixon's efforts to bring more women in government was truly an epic tale. It is one of the many intriguing aspects of the Nixon presidency that can be studied in the archives at the Nixon Library. In 2010, the National Archives and the Nixon Foundation began co-sponsoring a series of Nixon Legacy Forums, where former members of the Nixon White House staff and academic experts take part in moderated discussions on behind-the-scenes work during the Nixon administration. Today's symposium follows the Legacy Forum format, bringing together the people who made history with the people who study it, but we have greatly expanded the topics for discussion. It was only last May when President Biden appointed me as the first woman to lead the National Archives in its 90-year history. We still have a lot of work to do to get more women into the highest echelons of government. We have a great group of panelists today who will offer their insights into the role of women in government over time. I'm confident that the future of women in government is a bright one. And it will be as long as we have women like Vera Glasser standing up and asking the questions that change the course of history. Thank you, and enjoy the symposium.
And thank you, Colleen. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jim Byron. I am the president and CEO of the Richard Nixon Foundation. And welcome to the Nixon Library this morning for what is sure to be a fascinating series of conversations. Today, celebrating women's impact. Across 4 panels, we will look at the women's movement in the 1960s and 70s, focusing in particular on the strategic Nixon White House initiative to identify and hire women into the senior roles of the federal government. And as new scholarship contends, First Lady Pat Nixon played a decisive behind-the-scenes role to keep this initiative moving, which will be the subject of one of our panels today. The person recruited to lead this effort in the Nixon administration was Barbara Hackman Franklin, then a recent graduate of the Harvard Business School and a newly minted executive at First National City Bank. This resulted in nearly quadrupling the number of women in these senior positions between 1971 and 1973. Her White House story is told in the 2012 book by Lee Stout, A Matter of Simple Justice, the untold story of Barbara Hackman Franklin and a few good women. Ms. Franklin would become Secretary Franklin in 1992 when she was appointed and confirmed as United States Secretary of Commerce serving under President George H.W. Bush. She served or is serving on 14 corporate boards and is a Director Emerita of the Richard Nixon Foundation. To begin this symposium, please welcome, joining us via Zoom, Secretary Franklin.
For a most gracious introduction. And may I add my welcome to all of you there. This should be a really exciting morning. And I'm so pleased that Colleen mentioned Vera Glasser, who was a very brave woman in a sea of men in that press room back then in 1969. And I came to know Vera quite well, and she was the real thing. And we owe her a vote of thanks too. Anyway, I'm only wishing I could be there with you in person, but hello from afar. Well, there's much to celebrate in this Women's History Month as we recall the advances that were made in the early 1970s in the administration of President Richard Nixon. And I'm honored to have played a part in that element of women's history. What happened was this. President Nixon, early after he took office in 1969, and I might say subsequent to Vera's question, made known his desire to bring more women into the federal government. His approach was powerful. First, he required goals and action plans of his cabinet secretaries and agency heads, all men, I might add, about how they would advance women in their departments. And second, I was brought in, as Jim just told you, from First National City Bank in New York to recruit the women for the top jobs, the policymaking jobs, and to monitor the progress that the cabinets and agencies were making toward their goals. Now, progress reports went periodically to the president. And when a cabinet secretary met a goal, he received a nice congratulatory note from the president. If he did not, he would receive another sort of note from the president. Now, I know that because I was the one drafting those notes and sending them to the boss. Well, at the end of the first year, we had tripled the numbers of women in policymaking jobs, and that went on to up to quadrupled in the next year. The important point here is that the majority of those jobs were firsts. In other words, the first time a woman had held that job. And then we moved 1,000 women up into the middle management ranks. So barriers were broken, and happily, they stayed down in the coming years. And I want to add here that many people helped to make this happen, which is, I think, always what is the source of change that sticks and lasts. Now, I believe the success and the example of the federal government in those days caused a ripple effect through our society, as many other professions and lines of work opened up more fully to women. I think President Nixon was ahead of his time. And I was only a few years out of Harvard Business School. I was very young then, and remember well that our society did not have a consensus about the proper role of women. But because the President of the United States, in this case, President Richard Nixon, did what he did, a cultural change began to move women's equality forward faster. The great Henry Kissinger summed it up this way, and I quote, "Many younger people may not realize what a significant cultural change in women's rights began with Nixon." Close quote. This is something worth remembering and celebrating today. Now, I understand that the bust of Susan B. Anthony is in full view there in your room. I hope you will say hello to her for me. She was gifted to the White House at a presentation to Mrs. Nixon in early 1973. And then she stood on a pedestal at the entrance of the East Wing, which is the First Lady's wing in the White House, for the better part of a decade. Then she went into storage and was found again 50 years later and is now on loan to the library from the White House. And she arrived at the library in 2022, just as we were going to celebrate the 50 years since the signing of Title IX, which was a great advancement to women that happened, or for women that happened during the Nixon era, as he signed that law. Now, there's a backstory to this that I want to share with you, and I hope it makes you smile. In the fall of 1972, two women's groups, the Task Force on Women's Rights and Responsibilities and the Citizens Advisory Council on the Status of Women, came to me and said they would like to gift a bust of Susan B. Anthony, the great suffragist, to the White House in honor of what President Nixon had done to elevate women in the federal government. I thought that was a wonderful idea, and they proceeded to get it done. They had a copy made of the marble bust of Susan B., which is in the US Capitol. Now, this one is bronze, made in upstate New York. And the White House then received, the White House complex received the bust, was delivered, and then we had to wait for a date when we could schedule a presentation to Mrs. Nixon. Well, while we waited, Susan B. lived in the closet in my office, which was on the third floor of the old executive office building. Sometimes in the dead of night, she would steal out of that office, out of my closet, and land in the office of someone who had said or done something detrimental to women. So of course, I had to go pick her up in the morning, put her back in the closet. But it was known that the spirit of Susan B. Anthony roamed the White House at night. So if you're a man, beware, was the message. Well, a final note about that. I think it was quite appropriate that Mrs. Nixon was the one to receive this symbolic gift, because I do think that she was an inspiration, as Jim said, behind the president's move to advance women. And so we're grateful to her as well as being grateful to the president. So thank you all for coming. As I said, I wish I were there with you. I think you will have an informative and inspiring day. And I hope you will leave with the momentum and the desire to create more history for women. So have a good day.
Thank you, Secretary Franklin. And before I introduce the moderator and my colleague of the first panel, I want to also acknowledge another special guest in the audience, Maureen Nunn, who is a member of the Nixon Foundation's Board of Directors, along with Secretary Franklin. And Maureen, thank you for being here with us this morning. I just alluded to her presence, but ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Tamara Martin. She's the director of the Richard Nixon Presidential Library with the National Archives and Records Administration, and she will moderate this morning's first panel.
I'm muted, so it's okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tamara Martin, and I'm the director of the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum. I'm very, very excited for today's event, and I wanted to welcome you all here today. This is the Nixon Library's 2024 Women's History Symposium entitled Celebrating Women's Impact. This event is hosted at the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum in beautiful Yorba Linda, California. Thank you to those of us who have joined today in person, as well as those who are tuning in virtually and our viewers on C-SPAN. Before we start our first panel, I wanted to note a few items. The Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum is one of 15 presidential libraries that are a part of the National Archives and Records Administration Office of Presidential Libraries, which is located in College Park, Maryland. We share our campus with our wonderful partners, the Richard Nixon Foundation, and our primary mission is to educate and inform, assisting all those who search for knowledge and understanding of the 37th President of the United States, his administration, and his ongoing impact on the world. Today's program is being live streamed today on the Richard Nixon Foundation, the National Archives and Records Administration, the Nixon Presidential Library's YouTube channels, and will be available after the program for you to view again, enjoy, and share with your friends. Since this is our inaugural Women's History Symposium, we are thrilled to have such a robust program and so many accomplished individuals who are participating today. Beginning with the 1968 presidential campaign, Richard Nixon announced his support for the passage of the Equal Rights Amendment. As president, he continued to support women's equality through his support and signing of the Education Amendments Act of 1972, which included Title IX, and the creation of the Presidential Task Force on Women's Rights and Responsibilities, as well as many other things. In today's panels, we will explore post-war 20th century advancements in the role of women in government with panelists who not only worked in the Nixon White House, but those who studied the records that they created. This is a unique opportunity and a very special program today. Our day will feature 4 panels, each of which will be 60 minutes long, with approximately 15 minutes in between each panel. Our panels will include panel number 1, which is Telling Women's History Through Historical Records, panel 2, Nixon Programs and Administration and Legislation, panel 3, Women in Presidential Administrations, panel 4, The Impact of Pat Nixon and Other First Ladies. And we also wanted to extend a special thank you to our colleagues at C-SPAN who are covering today's event, and it will air on one of their programs at a later date. A special thank you to our panelists and moderators, as well as the dedicated staff at the Nixon Library, the Richard Nixon Foundation, the National Archives, the Nixon Docent Guild, and many others who have worked tirelessly to make today's event possible. We appreciate each and every one of you. So today, I am very honored to moderate our first panel, which is Telling Women's History Through Historical Records. I started as the Nixon Library Director in April of 2023, so I'm almost done with my very first year here. Before that, I was the California State Archivist, and in that role, I directed one of the largest state archival institutions in the United States. So this topic is one of my very favorites, which is historical records. So now, I would like to introduce you to our esteemed panel. First, we have Dr. Tiffany Gonzalez, who will come up to the stage here with us. Go ahead and clap for her. So she is an assistant professor of history at the University of Kansas, and she's also been here with us this week researching for her upcoming book, which is related to the Equal Rights Amendment, as well as Mexican-American women's involvement in the Nixon administration. Our second panelist that we have is Heath Hardage Lee, who will be joining us virtually. Is she on screen? Yes, perfect, thank you. She is an award-winning historian, biographer, and curator who specializes in women's history. Heath's narrative nonfiction book, The League of Wives, the untold story of the women who took on the U.S. government to bring their husbands home from Vietnam, was published by St. Martin's Press in 2019. League of Wives is currently being developed into a television series, which is pretty exciting. Heath also writes about women's history and politics for publications such as Time, The Hill, The Atlantic, and White House History Quarterly. Her new book, The Mysterious Mrs. Nixon, The Life and Times of Washington's Most Private First Lady, will be released in August of this year. Our third panelist today is Nancy Keegan-Smith, who will also be joining us virtually. She is the former director of the Presidential Materials Division at the National Archives and Records Administration. She worked with materials related to President Nixon, and she was appointed by former Archivist of the United States, Don Wilson, to be a senior archival panel which decided on 2,500 documents that had been contested by the former president in the late 1980s, early 1990s, from opening in terms of whether or not they were personal records. She also supervised the re-review of Nixon tapes that had been proposed for opening but were contested. She is the founding member and the president of the First Ladies Association for Research and Education, FLAIR. She is also the co-author with Diana Carlin and Anita B. McBride of two books, which are U.S. First Ladies, Making History and Leaving Legacies, and Remember the First Ladies, America's History Making Women. She also co-edited Modern First Ladies, Their Documentary Legacy. So now we can go ahead and get started. So each of you has spent time either researching with us or working with records as an archivist. So before we start discussing your research in more detail, if you could please let us know what inspired you or started you on your path of research or your work with primary source documents. So I thought we could start with Nancy and then go to Heath and then go to Tiffany.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you to the Nixon Foundation for doing this symposium and the Nixon Library and Museum. What started me are several factors. My mother was a historian, the first woman chair at the University of California at Berkeley of the American Studies Department. Her name was Dr. Adrienne Koch. And so I grew up, she was great in research, in doing primary and original research. So I grew up with primary and original research being a must and love of history. And I started at the LBJ Library, my career with the government, with the National Archives, which was 44 years at the LBJ Library, and worked with Dr. Lewis Gold, who is the pioneer in First Lady Studies, on his pioneering book on Lady Bird Johnson and the environment. Still, you can count on one hand the number of books on a First Lady that deal with a topic rather than are just biographical. And then finally, an inspiration was working with Lady Bird Johnson, getting to know her, and it created my love of First Ladies and the research I have so enjoyed doing on First Ladies.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Heath, do you mind sharing with us as well?
Sure. Yes. Thank you all for hosting us today. When I was in college, back in the dark ages, women's history was only beginning to be a thing. So I was at Davidson College in North Carolina, and I had two amazing female professors, Dr. Sally McMillan, who's a renowned scholar of women's history, and Dr. Barbara Ballard, who was teaching African-American history at the time. And both those women set me on the path to writing a thesis. We had a sort of a special honors thesis program there where you worked all with primary source documents to write your thesis. So I did work on that, went all over the country as a college student, and that thesis eventually became my first book that was published with the University of Nebraska Press, which was a post-Civil War history. Then I went from that book working at Virginia Historical Society in Richmond, now Virginia Museum of History and Culture. After I spoke there about that book, the staff said, Heath, you need to come look at these primary source documents about Phyllis Galante. She was one of the prisoner of war wives that starred in my League of Wives book, which led me to the Nixon Library, where I began working on that. It worked extensively on that topic at the Nixon Library, which then led me to working on Mrs. Nixon at the Nixon Library. So it's so interesting. It was all really based on primary source research and oral histories, being trained in how to take those and how to interpret those. So the trail led me twice to the Nixon Library. So that's been interesting and not surprising that one primary source subject leads to one that isn't maybe too far away.
That's great. Thank you so much. And the same question for you, Tiffany.
Thank you. I guess for me, it's kind of a whirlwind. I started with the intrigue as an undergraduate student in Texas, wondering about, I really loved women's history classes, and in those classes, I would question, well, what was women's roles in politics? Not just community organizing, but also as elected officials. And those questions kind of derived towards my other passion of taking political science classes, where I wouldn't learn about women's history over there, so I would start asking those questions. Well, what role did women have? And so as a young undergraduate student, that really drove my questions for graduate research. And when I entered graduate school, I really didn't know much more than the questions that I had until I started reading a little bit more into the literature. And then my questions evolved. Well, what about Mexican-American women? How did Mexican-American women shape electoral politics and government and representation? And I started finding there's not very much written so far. And my passion of those questions kind of also led me into my determination to start writing about that, writing and researching about that, and what led me to now what is my current first book manuscript about Chicanas, how they broke into the political mainstream. And that opened up a treasure trove of understanding how Mexican-American women at large shaped not just the Democratic Party, but also the Republican Party. And that's what brought me to the Nixon Library. At first, when I arrived, I didn't know what to expect. Will I find any documents? I don't know. Do I have the time? Yes, that's why I'm here. Do I have the patience? Yeah, because I have the passion. So as I was going through records, I found some records in what I already knew was of one woman, Anita Martinez, out of Dallas, who was the first councilwoman in Dallas as a Mexican-American woman to serve from 69 to 73. But in that, what I learned is also her connection to Nixon and how Nixon recruited her to be part of his administration through a volunteer committee that he created. And he recruited folks from across the nation to not only help them bring them into the fold within his administration, but also kind of to garner some type of loyalty with the Spanish-speaking community. And so that really what opened me up to understanding that Mexican-American women really had a role not only in the Democratic Party, as we could imagine, but also the Republican Party and how that shapes our understanding today of how Latinas at large are so pivotal with the Republican Party in the forefront when we see national media, especially when we see them during campaign seasons, and especially in Texas. That's where we see a lot of Latinas coming out for the Republican Party. So it allows me to kind of understand that historical trajectory of what brought me to the Nixon Library in the beginning.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Would you say that those were some of the most interesting records that you've researched here, or were there others that you found interesting?
Yeah, absolutely. When I first started researching Anita Martinez's story, of course, it was slivers of paper hidden within documents. And that's where every document that I found with her name, even if it was just her name, was so important to me because it cemented her place within his administration. Even the name. But the other aspect of that, when I was researching, I said, well, if her name's here and she was appointed and selected by Nixon, would there be photographs? There sure are. There's photographs of her. So that was the other, I think, that really so pivotal in my process of recovering that history of Mexican-American women within Nixon's administration.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for sharing with us. And a question for you, Nancy. Could you provide some examples of particularly useful documents about First Ladies that you came across in your research? And were there any surprising revelations that you found in those documents?
Well, the presidential libraries have wonderful material to research on First Ladies, including textual files, audiovisual files, photographic files. At some libraries, there are audio tapes, Mrs. Johnson's diary, which you can listen to. So all of those are wonderful records. Particularly useful documents on First Ladies are those that change or really enlighten us in concept. And one that I can think of that is really revolutionary in terms of the role of a First Lady is when I interviewed Mrs. Johnson in 1987, she told me that Jackie Kennedy, 3 days after John F. Kennedy had been assassinated, had her over to tea at the White House on November 26th. Mrs. Johnson was still living at the Elms. And Mrs. Johnson thought it was just going to be about household and about how the White House ran. But no, instead, Mrs. Kennedy had a passion. And Mrs. Johnson said she was so together and looked so beautiful for someone who had suffered such an incredible tragedy. And she asked Mrs. Johnson something that really never has been done before, which is if she would carry on her White House restoration initiative and make it permanent. She wanted a permanent curator for the White House, and she wanted her committee to be formalized. And she then said she would give Mrs. Johnson a 7-page handwritten letter, which is a yellow legal pad and is at the Johnson Library, that detailed her plans In March of 1964, President Johnson made a committee for preservation of the White House permanent and a permanent White House curator. So Mrs. Johnson told me her first initiative was to help Jackie Kennedy, and she wanted to do anything she could. She wasn't thinking of doing White House restoration. The fine arts world, she wasn't as familiar with, but she took it over, became a great advocate, carried on Jackie Kennedy's efforts, finished the Rose Garden, and added Americana to the White House. So that is just one example of a key document that you can find that can totally change your impression of a First Lady's role or add or enlighten you on it.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that, and it's very, very interesting. So Heath, we wanted to bring up your book, League of Wives, which is a story of a courageous group of women who fought to get their husbands, who were prisoners of war, home during the Vietnam War. What unique collections and documents helped you in developing the narrative for your book?
Yes, well, President Nixon was so key, and Mrs. Nixon as well, in the POW issue, of course. So I came to the library, I believe it was in 2016, for the first time with the Robert J. Dole Political Institute. Senator Dole was a huge advocate of these women as well. So I came with the Dole team. When I was writing my book, I was also doing an exhibit for the Dole Institute, which ended up, the book and the exhibit ended up being sort of done simultaneously, which I would not recommend if you're doing a book. It was a lot at once, but they both added to each other a lot. It made it very rich. So there were sort of two products of that. And the Nixon Library, NARA, and the foundation were both so helpful in that pursuit, because I came in looking for pictures, much like Tiffany did, looking for pictures, evidence that the wives were with President Nixon. Indeed, there were so many pictures, I couldn't even pick, just one. I ended up using a lot of pictures in my book. One of them, actually, a cover image, came partially from the archive of President Nixon on December 12th, 1969, standing with the POW wives, going public with the POW problem, which previously had been kept quiet. So that was kind of a sea change, illustrated by the pictures in the archive. The other documents that I found that I'll talk about throughout the day were something regarding, they were telegrams, actually, that the POW and MIA wives had sent to President Nixon and his White House staff, urging him to make the POW issue very public. It had not been before, and that this was key to getting their support. So I had, from one end, I had the wives' telegrams that they had given me from private collections. And then when I came to the Nixon Library and Archive, I found hundreds of responses from President Nixon, from his staff, all personally signed to these wives. So that is a great example of a document that, was kind of from both ends. I was able to see both sides of it. And it was key that I see that within the archive. And I'll talk a little bit later about the significance of that telegram and the format in terms of the wives and political activism. But the archive was very key to finding those telegrams and other documents related to also to the press conference.
That's great, thank you. And through the documents that you were researching, how did it reflect the growing political voice of women in the United States? And what impact did it have on the president and the White House team?
Yes, and again, the telegram, I love the women called it a telegram in. And of course, in the 60s and 70s, with the civil rights movement, with the feminist movement, of course, with gay rights, many sit-ins, and so what I loved is my very conservative POW MIA wives borrowed the techniques of all these movements and applied them to a telegram in to President Nixon that we saw that evidence in the archive and in their own private collections. So that shows you that's a great example of that grassroots political activism of the POW MIA lobby with these wives coming, taking elements of these other movements that were not at all politically on their side of the spectrum, but taking them and adapting them for their own use. And so I thought that was quite a good example of that, of how things were changing so much for women, particularly in my, for what I was interested in the 60s and 70s. And you really see that in the archive, in the NARA archive, and also in the foundation documents at the Nixon Library. That was fantastic. And I do want to mention again that every single one of those telegrams that the wives sent, they got a personal answer from the president or from someone high level on the administration, which was just unheard of. And I think that, to answer the second part of your question, the staff, that is how you knew the staff was really on board with that, because everyone was instructed not only to answer, but to personally sign it. So very significant finding, and I did mention that in the book. So a real support, also to echo what Secretary Franklin said earlier, this is when we're starting to see women be more uplifted in a bigger, more public way, I think, than before, in terms of appointing someone like Secretary Franklin. At that time, she was the guru of getting women into higher levels of government. And that was President Nixon. And it was also Mrs. Nixon. I found much evidence pushing behind the scenes for that to happen.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And Tiffany, in your research, what have the documents told you about the Nixon administration's role in recruiting women in government? And do you think it was a positive step forward for gender equality?
Yeah, that's a great question. Within my research within Mexican American women, I mean, another aspect that I research is the Equal Rights Amendment and how Mexican American women fought for that through the National Women's Political Caucus. When I specifically look at Mexican American women, I draw a lot from historian Jerry Cadava, what he's written on the Hispanic Republican right. His argument is that for some way it was strategic of Nixon to recruit the Spanish-speaking constituency so that he would have a greater voter outcome and build loyalty within that quote-unquote forgotten people, forgotten minority within the United States. So when examining the Republican women that he appointed or recruited within his administration, a lot of the documents tell me is that, the categories, when he's speaking to his colleagues in his administration, I want someone that's Spanish speaking, I want someone from California, and I want someone from, that's a woman. So that aligns with, his call and his mission for advancing women in several positions of appointed in his committees. But what I find within Mexican American women, when I just look at within that history and the numbers, that's very low within several committees and cabinets, right? So when I look at Mexican American that way, to some extent representation matters for equality, but to what extent? But the other side of that is when these women are in their appointed roles, such as Ramona Buñuelos, who is the first Mexican-American woman, Hispanic woman to serve as treasurer for the United States. She was appointed under Nixon. In speeches that she conducts within the communities and several organizations, she talks about how important it is to have women in government and politics. So although Nixon didn't perhaps have the foresight to see that how women would be talking about their role and how important gender is within politics, that is an advancement of gender equality, women's equality within his administration. They're using their voice to shape consciousness to the public that they're speaking to. But I still struggle with the limited number of Mexican American women appointed within his administration. So representation mattered, but I think it didn't meet the mark when his views of who should be appointed in his administration in advancing women during his time in office.
Thank you. And then Nancy, through your research, what were the expectations of a first lady at the beginning of the Nixon administration, and how has the office evolved that you've seen through the documents since World War II?
Well, the expectations up until the Nixon administration, and it still goes on today, but definitely up until the Nixon administration, the expectation was that the First Lady, which really started with Martha and evolved, would head up the ceremonial and social function for the president. And that was such a key function that was shown throughout history to facilitate a good reception. When Dolly did her receptions, facilitated legislation for James Madison, creating a bipartisan atmosphere. And so certainly the social and ceremonial role was very important. Increasingly, after Eleanor Roosevelt and in the 20th century, first ladies take on much more of a political public role. Mrs. Johnson does her solo campaign in 1964, the Whistle Stop campaign to push civil rights. Certainly, Pat Nixon campaign, as did Lady Bird, throughout the campaigns and was a partner. So increasingly, first ladies are expected to take more of a public role, are under more scrutiny. And of course, with the advent of television, they have to become more media savvy. Mrs. Johnson hired the first professional press secretary, so the office evolves a little bit with Liz Carpenter. Jackie Kennedy hired a press secretary, but she was not professional. And Franklin, very frankly, Jackie didn't use her press secretary that much. She sort of had a love-hate relationship with the press. Mrs. Johnson came from a journalistic background on TV and radio stations. She used the press to facilitate. She created special events, brought the press in and to highlight her programs. And Pat Nixon championed volunteerism and was the first personal ambassador for a president, and used the press to advertise, like her Peru trip in 1970, her African trip in 1972, very effectively. Jimmy Carter and Rosalynn both agreed that one of their biggest fights ever was that Rosalynn was working so hard, but she did not have enough staffing. But Jimmy had come in undercutting staffing. And Rosalynn said they had a huge fight because he was supportive of her work, but she needed more of a staff. So finally, she won. And in 1978, Jimmy Carter signs the White House Personnel Authorization Act, which officially named and Congress finally authorized a government-paid staff for the spouse and named the office of the First Lady. So beginning with Mrs. Carter, there was a more formal staff structure, a staff director, and then with Nancy Reagan, a chief of staff, communications directors, media directors, and the staff has fluctuated from 16 to 25 people, depending on the needs of the First Lady. So it was really Pat Nixon was on the cusp of the evolution of the office of the First Lady.
That's great. What were some of the differences you saw in your research between First Ladies Pat Nixon, Jacqueline Kennedy, and Lady Bird Johnson? And what were some of the documents that you used to read about them?
Well, there clearly is a difference. There's certainly a stylistic difference. Jackie was so ever elegant and used that in terms of foreign diplomacy. Lady Bird came in and she wasn't as much into fashion. Lyndon coached her. She called Lyndon her Mr. Higgins. And she cared about fashion, but not to the extent, and she never tried to be or could be Jackie Kennedy. And she used her love of nature, civil rights, early childhood education, and used the press to create special events with Liz to promote those all over the nation. So there was a difference there. And then Pat Nixon used the press in terms of her volunteerism, in terms of her travels, the wonderful pictures of Pat in Africa, in the Peruvian earthquake, and the incredible goodwill she created in Peru. She had a great deal of empathy. Pat didn't just go to very formal things when she traveled. She reached out. She would go to many first ladies have, but Pat made sure she went to soldiers in the hospital. She went to the Peruvian common people to talk to them about what the earthquake had done. And so there was a lot of empathy. I think really, when you think about it, there's a lot of similarity in the backgrounds of Pat Nixon and Lady Bird Johnson, because both had been the spouse of a vice president. Both had husbands with long political careers and were very political. Mrs. Johnson somewhat more so than Pat Nixon. Jackie Kennedy hated politics. She hated what she called the back rooms and the cigar smoke. And so she let Mrs. Johnson do a bunch of campaigning for her in the 1960 campaign. Plus, she was pregnant and couldn't actually do a lot of campaigning. But so there was similarity there in terms of style. I've already mentioned that. And there is programs. Of course, first ladies always followed the passion of their hearts. So they were different in their programs. Jackie Kennedy, White House Restoration, Lady Bird Johnson, Civil Rights, early childhood education, and of course the environment, and Pat Nixon, volunteerism and personal ambassador. But very interestingly, all three were very similar in that they championed White House restoration. All three made very important contributions in White House restoration, and I'm sure Heath's book will further illuminate the very significant contributions Pat Nixon made to caring about a White House tour being available to disabled people, and bringing in a lot of traditional antique furniture. Mrs. Johnson brought in Americana, so all three were very similar there. So I think that gives you some of the similarities and differences between the first ladies.
That's great. Thank you so much for sharing that. And he's related to your new upcoming book. If you're able to share with us, what were some of the records that you used here at the Nixon Library to learn more about Pat Nixon?
Sure. Well, first I want to say Nancy's overview of the similarities of First Ladies is excellent, and I could not agree more with her comments. Second, as we get into the archival things I used, I do want to thank Jason Schwartz at the foundation. He was my Jedi Master guide to the foundation, and then Christine Mickey and Ryan Pettigrew on the National Archives side. And there is a nice collaborative relationship there that it was very helpful to me in doing the research. I had everybody helping, and it just made all the difference. I have such a vast list of what I got into. If you're into archives and museums as Tiffany, Nancy, and I are. It's like Christmas, like you want to rip into, maybe not rip into, that wouldn't be good for the documents, but you want to delve into these gems. It's like a treasure chest of things. And it's more a process of like slimming it down and giving the archivist, I know Jason particularly told me this was so helpful, to give them a list when you come to the archive and try to slim it down for them and not just say, give me everything you have on Pat Nixon. That is not going to work. So I did spend a lot of time slimming my list down, looking online at the collections to know what I needed to see. And then you go in and you don't know what is going to be most helpful. But I will say a little preview of my book coming in August on Mrs. Nixon, 2 collections that I found incredibly helpful. The Patricia Ryan Nixon collection, which had many, many things about Mrs. Nixon from her early days, really teenage years onwards until the presidency starts. That was so useful for that piece. And also a more recent collection that had come in, the Helene and Jack Drown collection. Helene Drown was Pat's best friend, and I think one of the people who knew Mrs. Nixon best of all. And so those were full of letters that were unedited, unredacted, that really gave me a sense of Mrs. Nixon as a person and that personal relationship she had. Also, the Julie Nixon Eisenhower collection, her daughter's, Mrs. Nixon's daughter's collection was excellent for more personal things. And then, of course, on the National Archives side, the NARA oral histories, I used a number of these that were excellent. Stephen Bull, also Connie Stewart, who is essentially Mrs. Nixon's chief of staff. That was just excellent. And then the White House Central Files, the White House Special Files. The Special Files had John Ehrlichman's papers and Bob Haldeman's papers, which turned out to be extremely important. And there are many, many more. I spent weeks and weeks at the library, and there is no substitute for being on site yourself to get your very contained, clean, and not dirty hands on these documents. You just have to see them for themselves in person to get the sense of what you need, what you don't need. But it was just a vast amount of material to go through. And the foundation and the National Archives arm just made it easy for me to do this, even during COVID. And Jason Schwartz was particularly helpful then to help me be able to see some things during that very difficult time. It was a difficult time to be a researcher, as I'm sure Tiffany will know, and Nancy surely knows. So that's hopefully a brief enough summary of what I was able to get into, and it was wonderful.
That's great. Thank you. And we're looking forward to your book. And Tiffany, as you've been researching here, what were some of the additional documents that you came across about Chicanas and Latinas and Mexican Americans related to the Nixon administration?
Yeah, thank you. I think I've mentioned some of them. The photographs of Anita Martinez, Ramona Buñuelos, those to that extent, but also documents related to African American women, Black women, how Nixon recruited them into his administration. Recently, there was a great book published called The Loneliness of the Black Republican. I haven't dived into it, but it kind of pinpoints to that history as well that I'm seeing in my archival search. Other documents, perhaps not related to Mexican American women or Hispanic women. What I'm finding currently researching, I find it very astonishing that at one time how the Republican Party did have feminists in it. And it also had conservative women who were outraged about the ERA, as we know, the history of Phyllis Schlafly in that wing of the Republican Party. But the fact that, how do we grapple with this history of having feminists within the Republican Party who are fighting for the Equal Rights Amendment? And what does that tell us about today in the Republican Party of today, that this history was once there? So those records that I'm currently searching through the Anne Armstrong's records here at Nixon Library, where I'm seeing that play out and those histories with feminists of the Republican Party, but also grappling with that feminists that were Mexican American women, part of the Republican Party, who supported the ERA. So those are kind of documents that are really drawing to me and calling to me. How do we interpret that as a historian? As a historian, and what does that say about the parties of today, if at one point that existed?
That's great, thank you. So as a question for all of you, so often when you're researching, there's the document that you come across that you just can't believe it. Your heart kind of stops and you are so excited that it's right there in front of you and you get to hold it and research with it. So what was that document for you and kind of what did it feel like to find that? So maybe we can start with Nancy and then go to Heath and then to Tiffany.
Well, there are so many. Of course, Mrs. Johnson's audio diary is fantastic. I highly encourage people to listen to it just to hear her talk about November 22nd and how it started out as a beautiful day is so poignant. In the case of Pat Nixon, people forget sometimes about the audiovisual records. And in the 1972 Republican Convention, there is the most wonderful, and I highly recommend that everyone see it. She gets up to give a speech, okay? For 8 minutes, she cannot talk. Jimmy Stewart introduces her. She gets up, standing ovation. She looks back at him. He tries to get up. Ronald Reagan is there. He gets up. She almost walks away at one point because she can't say anything, continues. Finally, after 8 minutes, she says very short comments. But the importance of it is in 1972, it shows her tremendous popularity, her incredible personality does come through in that audiovisual segment, her graciousness, her humility. So I think that's a wonderful document. And then there are wonderful audiovisual segments of the classic speeches of First Lady Barbara Bush's speech at the Wellesley graduation. Barbara Bush's speech at Wellesley, Hillary Clinton's speech at Beijing, and at the UN Conference on Human Rights. You just get goosebumps when she says, human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights. And of course, Eleanor Roosevelt's speeches. And there are so many key documents that document what the important legacies of these first ladies. So there's not just one, there's a wonderful letter, and then I'll quit that. And this changes your impression somewhat of Nancy Reagan, who writes Raisa Gorbachev in September of 1985 before the summit and in Geneva. And Nancy Reagan is pushing Ronald Reagan to please get peace with the Soviet Union, much against the advice of many of his advisors. And she writes, in their effort to improve relations between the peoples of the Soviet Union and the United States, I'm sure that we want to do all we can too. So not only is she encouraging the two presidents, but she's also encouraging Raisa Gorbachev, who she was not super close to, but she's reaching out. So I think that is very significant and poignant. Those are just a couple of examples. I could go on and on. The records are so wonderful, but I will stop there.
Oh, thank you. And what about for you, Heath? What was your document or your moment?
Oh, well, there, like Nancy, it's so hard to limit yourself. I mean, there's so much, but I'll just focus on two things. The first were the World War II letters between Pat Nixon and Richard Nixon, which are blow your mind, like so in love, so smitten. And it amused me. There were amusing things in there too, between the differences between the president and Mrs. Nixon. The president, much more emotional, much more effusive, a smitten schoolboy around Pat Nixon, who, by the way, made him drive her to dates with other men for a while, which he gladly did just to have the chance to be around her. So, you know, it kind of blew away a lot of media perceptions you may have heard about the marriage. And you'll, in my book, I mean, I found they had a very loving marriage and were just smitten with each other. So that was just mind blowing to read these letters. And I did get to see some letters people had not gotten to see before that really made just the whole interpretation of their relationship. It really helped me understand that. So that was one piece. And then the other piece that struck me equally, it was equally as interesting to me, perhaps even a little more so, had to do with actually Secretary Franklin when she was the assistant to the president. I got into, of course, the White House central files where her files are, and ran across her. I knew a little bit about Secretary Franklin's work, but not much. And what was in those files became almost it's almost a parallel narrative in the book about Mrs. Nixon, because Mrs. Nixon behind the scenes was pushing for women in very subtle ways, moving the needle forward in ways that the media did not give her credit for and the feminist press did not give her credit for. And Barbara's files helped me reveal this whole behind the scenes thing going on. And then, of course, I was so fortunate to get to do interview Secretary Franklin and have just completed an oral history that I'm actually going to share with the foundation and the National Archive for use if that is of interest. But it was, I mean, it was phenomenal to get to talk to her in concurrently with looking at those documents. It really made this book so interesting from the women's issues perspective. And like Nancy, I could go on for like 10 years, so I will just stop right there.
Oh, thank you. And the same question for you. What was the document that you came across?
I would say, just like Heath, there's several. But one that I think I want to touch on is a document that really kind of cemented the coalitions or the collaborations built between Mexican-American women that aligned themselves with the Republican Party, but also Chicanas. Chicanas is an identity term that Mexican-American women took on in the 1970s and 1960s to consider themselves more radical, more getting to the root of issues, focused on social justice. So the Chicanas collaborated with Republican Mexican-American women to advance issues in the community. They worked with the National Women's Political Caucus. I found some documents here, looking through Anne Armstrong's collection at the Nixon Library, where she herself also collaborated with Democratic women. So those collaborations really gives insight to how impactful it was for them to advance women's equality, women's liberation, and their mission and their agenda. And I think for me, as a researcher and as a historian who writes about Latino, Mexican Americans, and women's history, that was quite pivotal for me when conducting this research.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. And as we start to wrap up our panel, one final question for you. If anyone who is watching or in our audience wants to get started on research, what's one tip you would give them as they get started? So we'll start with you.
Thank you. I would say very straightforward, don't give up. When I began looking at researching at files through presidential libraries, I've been to the Jimmy Carter Library, I've been to the Lyndon Johnson Library, and now I've been at the Nixon Library. For historians or researchers that write about women's history, and especially Mexican American women's history, it can feel kind of a hopeless cause when you're searching through these files. But don't give up. I mean, a name matters. Their presence matters in the archive. And that can cement their role into understanding what kind of influence they had in shaping the nation's politics and policy, but also in their communities. And so for me, it's don't give up.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And the same question for you, Nancy. What's one tip you would give to someone who wants to start research?
Well, as a former reading room archivist, and I would say I'd give several things. First of all, please do original research, and please do not come, as many scholars do, with the set thesis that you want to fit the documents into. Let the documents go, and they may surprise you as to what you're going to say. Secondly, the National Archives has wonderful and very knowledgeable staff. The Presidential Library staffs are very knowledgeable. I cannot tell you how many researchers I dealt with who came in to the research room and said, now show me everything President Johnson did on education. And I said, well, let me tell you about the file structure, because original records, presidential papers are set out by the office or the person who generated them. Their provenance relates back to them. And so you really need to depend on the archivist, get familiar with the files, and then mention when you have your research interview or to the archivist, you know, I'm really looking for X. And you are liable to find X in a file you never thought of. So learn as much as you can about the papers, but also talk to the archival staff. They will give you very good advice, and continue to do your research, because there are so many jewels. And finally, I would say, don't just limit yourself to the textual files, the audio-visual files. The picture can be worth 1,000 words. The tape recording collections that Nixon, Johnson, and Kennedy are just amazing. Presidents don't tape anymore, but you feel like a fly on the wall when you listen to the tapes. So that's my advice. Sorry, it took so long.
Oh, thank you. And then for you, Heath, what's one research tip you would give to someone who's just starting research?
Something I said a little earlier, sorry, I was muted. So something I said a little earlier, and this is advice a lot of archivists have given me, is go online, look at the collections and slim your list down, like your ask, so that it is broken down. Because as Nancy said, and I know Tiffany knows this too, if you say, give me everything you have on Pat Nixon, that does not work. So you need to specifically say, okay, these are the files I want to look at, if you can find them online. And fortunately, this library and archive has an excellent online resource and finding aid. So I could slim that list down, give it to Jason at the foundation, give it to the folks on the NARA side, and they could help me from that slim it down some more. So that is very helpful. And the last thing I'll say is archivists are your lifeline. They are the way in. They are the Jedi masters of this universe. And so you need to be, of course, be nice to them, but really listen to them, use them. They are your Sherpas, treat them well, but know that they know far more than you do. And also, as Nancy said, don't come in with a set thesis. It's always going to be completely the opposite of what you think it is. So let your Sherpas guide you through this process and lean on them and their knowledge. They are the lifeline to these documents.
And as a couple of final notes, I just wanted to first thank our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing with us today and for the wonderful resources and stories that you provided. We appreciate all of you, and we hope to have you back here again soon. I also wanted to note that Richard Nixon's presidency is one of the most extensively documented in American history. And here in our collection, we have approximately 46 million pages of textual records, with approximately 20 million currently open and available for research. It was just last year that we had one of the largest declassification openings in our library's history, and there are much more records for you to enjoy and explore. There are also thousands of hours of White House tapes, which are available to researchers, along with approximately 418,000 photographs, 5,300 hours of sound recordings, 5,175 hours of video recordings, and 3,480 hours of film. So it's a very, very extensive collection. There are also private papers that are on courtesy storage with the Richard Nixon Foundation that are here on our site as well that you're able to access. We would love to have you visit us and research with us. We encourage you to reach out and we can help you get started on your project. You can view primary source material pertaining to the life, career, and presidency of Richard Nixon here at the Nixon Library in our research room, Monday through Friday from 9:30 a.m. until 5 o'clock p.m. If you do want to research with us, we do ask that you let us know ahead of time so our staff is able to book you an appointment and walk you through the pre-research process and we can prepare for your arrival. Appointments can be made by emailing nixonreference@nara.gov. And we wanted to thank our panelists again for the wonderful insight, and thank you all for joining us.
Am I hot? Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Richard Nixon Presidential Library's Symposium Celebrating Women's Impact, second panel, Nixon Administration Programs and Legislation, will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our second panel, Nixon Administration Programs and Legislation, begins now.
Good morning. Welcome again back to the now the second panel of this symposium. I'm Frank Gannon. I'm the moderator. I'm going to try not to be intimidated by the presence of Susan B. Anthony over my shoulder. But if she moves, let me know. We have a lot of ground to cover with Nixon's programs and legislation, and so as a very brief overview of the method to my madness this morning, we'll begin with an overview of the situation in 1969-1970 when Nixon is inaugurated, and then talk about the pivotal role of the game-changing role of Barbara Franklin, and then look at women's issues, Nixon and women's issues through the rubric of civil rights, which he applied directly, so the Equal Rights Amendment, the Affirmative Action, Woman on the Supreme Court, Title IX, and then the legislation, particularly the Family Assistance Plan, the Comprehensive Child Development Act of 1971, and then the Equal Opportunity Credit Act of 1974. We have a distinguished panel. First is Susan Hartman. Susan is Professor Hartman is an Arts and Humanities Distinguished Professor of History Emerita at Ohio State University. She has published extensively on women in the 20th century, feminism, and women's rights movements. Among her books are From Margin to Mainstream, American Women and Politics Since the 1960s, and The Other Feminists, a study of women's rights activism in the 1960s and 1970s. I believe that her textbook, The American Promise, now in its 7th edition, is assigned by Dean Kotlowski in some of his classes. She is an elected fellow of the American Society of Historians. Dean Kotlowski is professor of history at Salisbury University, and was the 2022 Fulbright Distinguished Chair in Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences at the Australian National University. His book, Nixon's Civil Rights, Politics, Principle, and Policy, was published by Harvard University Press in 2002. And Abigail, do we see her? There she is. Hi. Yep. Abigail Malangoni is an archivist at the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library. I checked the weather in Cambridge. I think today is 43 and rainy. So not only do we wish you were here, but I'm sure you wish you were here.
I do.
She's been an archivist with the National Archives and Records Administration for the past 14 years, first working at the Richard Nixon Presidential Library before joining JFK in 2013. Prior to her work with NARA, she worked for the Winthrop Group in New York City. Abigail received her MS in Library and Information Science from Long Island University. She is an associate lecturer at the University of Massachusetts, Boston, and serves as a representative at large for the New England Archivists. Apropos today's program, she was the archivist who processed the Barbara Franklin collection of papers. And last but not least, John Roy Price is the retired president and CEO of the Federal Home Loan Bank of Pittsburgh. During the first Nixon administration, he was special assistant to the president and executive secretary of the Council for Urban Affairs and the Council for Rural Affairs. He's the author of The Last Liberal Republican, an insider's perspective on Nixon's surprising social policy. So it's a very distinguished panel that combines, as I think the archivist said in her introductory remarks, it combines first-person experience, archival expertise, archival knowledge, and then academic expertise. So it covers every base, and I think it's going to be very exciting. In the mid and late 1960s, America experienced the greatest cultural, social, and political upheaval since the Great Depression, since the Civil War. And just as in 1861, just as in 1933, in 1968, America was at a tipping point. Could implode, could explode, but it was certainly ready for radical change. That was the context when Richard Nixon was sworn in as the 37th president on January 20th, 1969. Although his 1972 49-state landslide victory was one of the 2 or 3 great landslides in our electoral history, his 1969 margin was razor thin. And he was the first president in 120 years since Zachary Taylor not to have at least one House of Congress controlled by his party for at least any part of his term as president. So in judging or in analyzing and judging Nixon's particularly his domestic political record, I think it's very important to remember the constraints on him and on what he could do. He couldn't guarantee that bills would pass, and he couldn't fund them. So there was a limit on what he could actually do. Nixon's years in office, particularly 69 to 73, have been called the peak years of feminist activism. In 1969, Harvard professor, Kennedy administration official, and Nixon advisor Daniel Patrick Moynihan wrote in a memo to President Nixon in his inimitable style, Moynihan wrote, "Female equality will be a major cultural political force in the 1970s. The essential fact is that we have educated women for equality in America, but have not really given it to them, not at all. Inequality is so great that the dominant group either doesn't notice it or assumes the dominated group likes it that way. I would suggest that you take advantage of this in your appointments, as you have begun to do, but perhaps especially in your pronouncements. This is a subject ripe for creative political leadership and initiative." So the president and his White House were aware of the winds of change and were ready for change. And perhaps, Susan, you could give us a sense, an overview of the context, the lie of the land generally in 69-70 as Nixon becomes president.
When Nixon became president, traditional ideas about women still were really quite dominant. That their primary role was in the home as wife and mother. In reality, though, more than a third of all women worked outside the home at that time, and about a third of all women were in college. They did not have high positions generally in terms of the professions, for example. Women earned only about 5% of all law degrees in the late 60s, and about 10% of all, of all medical degrees. Women worked very hard in the political parties at the grassroots level, holding coffees and canvassing, getting people to the polls, but very few held high political office, or even, for that matter, low political office. About 10% of all school board members, where you'd expect to find women, about 10%, only about 10%, were women in 1970. They were fewer than 5% of all state legislators. There were 11 women in Congress when Nixon was president. 5 of them were Republicans. Margaret Chase Smith, the only senator, and 4 representatives who I want to talk about a little bit later, because I find them to be really crucial to what went on in terms of women's policies during the Nixon administration. There were some stirrings in the 60s. The civil rights movement, for example, caused people to think about rights in general. There were 2 key pieces of legislation that preceded Nixon's initiatives, the Equal Pay Act of 1963 and the law of 1964 banning sex discrimination in employment. And a new women's movement was just getting underway. The National Organization for Women, or NOW, the major feminist organization, was founded in 1966. Yet when Nixon was inaugurated, it still had fewer than 5,000 members. The National Women's Political Caucus was not founded until 1971. So out of this period of lots of traditional ideas about women, traditional roles for women, but some changes, came a handful of women who I would argue were absolutely critical to what happened during the Nixon administration. And maybe I'll let some of my fellow panelists talk for a while before we come back to them.
FDR was the first president to appoint a woman to the cabinet, Frances Perkins, as Secretary of Labor. And then Eisenhower in 1953 appointed Evita Culphabe as Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. President Truman appointed 20 women to positions requiring Senate confirmation. Eisenhower appointed 28, and President Kennedy 27. So there was some precedent, but the precedent was not very prepossessing. And as we've heard, as the archivist in her introductory remarks mentioned, the reporter, Vera Glasser, stood up at the press conference and spoke truth to power, I guess, and said, why of the 200 appointments that had been made so far, only 3 were women? And that got Nixon's attention, to put it mildly, and he appointed a task force, as we've heard, on women's rights and responsibilities. And they reported their report in December of '69, called A Matter of Simple Justice, was very important. You mentioned that the '64 Pay Act. I think in July of 1970, the Justice Department, the Nixon Justice Department, for the first time brought a suit under that for discrimination in pay against women. So there was some movement, but the really game-changing moment, the pivotal moment, was when Barbara Franklin joined the White House staff in April of 1971. And in Abigail, we have the person who knows that inside out, upside down. So Abigail, can you enlighten us on Barbara Franklin's pivotal role?
I would be happy to. So quite a lot of time actually elapsed. Oh, I'm not muted on my end.
Still muted. Better fix this, or Susan B. Anthony will be on the on the march.
How about now?
Yes.
Wonderful. So it's good to note that quite a lot of time actually elapsed between Nixon's inauguration and the appointment of Barbara Franklin to that position. So the wheels of social change are always very slow. But the one thing that the White House and the Nixon administration seemed really comfortable with. One of the suggestions from the task force report was the recruitment of women to high-level positions in government. So pretty much right before Franklin started, Nixon issued a directive to departments and agencies, making them come up with an action plan about how they were actually going to hire women. And the very next day, the official press release went out that Barbara Franklin was hired. And her title at the time was Staff Assistant for Executive Manpower. And so, as you could imagine, at the time, the manpower portion of this did not go over very well with women's groups. So that it was shortened shortly thereafter to just staff assistants. But the goals had been set. So she came in and her charge was she had to double the level of high level appointments in the government. So those are your real policy making positions. If you are in government as I am, that's a GS-16 position, if you want some numbers there. So in addition to that, they had to double that from 26 positions to 52. They had to significantly increase the number of women in the mid-level positions. So about those are like GS-13 to 15 positions, and also appoint 25% of posts on advisory boards and commissions to women. So Franklin really hit the ground running. She became important working with the staff of these agencies to really make viable action plans for how this was going to happen. And it truly wasn't asking that much. Most agencies just had to commit to hiring one or two women in these roles. The largest were state and HUE, Health, Education, and Welfare, and they had 3 people. So she was really working with them to set up viable goals that could be achieved, and then had to really come up with a system for how to find these women, how to recruit these women. So she started to amass a talent bank of, I think by a couple months in, she had 300 names on that list, where she got information from various women groups. She really acts as a liaison. She traveled, she spoke with groups. She received resumes from people themselves who were looking for a job or people who had been recommended. And in her papers here, there's a great file index where it kind of lists all these people, what they were doing, their skills, their qualifications. Of course, very important to politically vet them at the time as well, because although Nixon did want the best person for the job, he also wanted them to agree philosophically with him. So that was an important part as well. And then had to go work with the liaisons to find out what vacancies there were, what the qualifications needed, what skills were needed. So then she could go back, find an appropriate woman for that post, and then kind of sell them to the agencies and departments. And it's important to note, it's true at the time, unfortunately, it's true today, that for women to be considered for these positions, they already had to be overqualified to get that same opportunity. So anyone who did receive an appointment during this time had already overachieved. And then she continued this. It wasn't recruitment was, of course, a full-time job, and she was able to actually hire 2 staff members to assist her with that, who were both women. But she also became a very visible presence in the Nixon administration for this work. She also maybe stepped out of what the zone she was originally supposed to be in, to just work really on women's issues and advocate for them in the White House. She wrote memos, she spoke with groups and passed on their feedback to the administration. And one thing she became very involved in was the 1972 election, because especially at that period, they didn't want to lose the women vote. And at this time, women were really coalescing across party, social economic lines in this quest for female equality. And she was very adamant that this could not be ignored. She suggested to have women speakers. She pushed for a keynote speaker who was a woman at the Republican National Convention, which was eventually achieved with Anne Armstrong, who was actually the first woman to speak at any party's convention. So without her really kind of continuing to push this envelope, this wouldn't really have been possible for the administration to get the numbers that she did. By the time she left, there was 105 women in those high policy positions, over 1,100 women in those mid-level positions. And forgive me if I said this already, I forgot if I mentioned it, but the people who were in these positions were very often the first time these positions were held by women, which was really important because previously when personnel was asked to look for women, they just didn't have any jobs that they thought were appropriate for women. So really, anytime a woman left, they would try to replace her with a woman, but not have her go kind of outside of that box. So that was really important stride as well. And I'm glad Frank mentioned all of the comparison with the administrations that came before. And so the numbers are truly remarkable. And the administration really did more for women in government than anyone had ever done up until that point. But I think it really took Barbara Franklin to get those floodgates opened. And importantly, it didn't just become a policy to hire women anymore. It became a practice, and that started with her.
Not to put words in your mouth, but you said that one of the, or I hear you saying that one of the things she did at the beginning was to assemble binders of women. Okay. In addition to the executive level jobs you mentioned, I think during this time there were the first women, I think 6 general officer, Army generals, officers, for sky marshals, for Secret Service agents. I mean, it opened a lot of, and as you say, a lot of them were first-time jobs. It really, I mean, it wasn't, it could have been more, but it was a real important start. Do you know how did Barbara Franklin come to the White House? How did she come to Nixon's attention?
So she, a very prominent woman and a successful woman in her own right. But one of the things that got her in the door at the time, Fred Malek was in charge of kind of this personnel drive, and he knew Franklin from Harvard Business School. So it really goes to show, and knew of her capabilities. So it goes to show that it's really important for women to be in these type of rooms to get the kind of attention that they need to be brought on. So Malik was really the one instrumental in bringing her over. And a 6-month leave of absence for her from Citibank turned into 2 years with the administration.
We have a picture, I think, of which you may have seen before already, of Barbara Franklin with Fred Malek in the Oval Office, I think on her first day on the job with Nixon, and there it is. And then there's another picture of, which I think is from the same period, of Nixon in the Oval Office with some of his high-level women appointees. And I think of particularly of the task force on women's rights and responsibilities. Yep. And then there's one in the, this is from 1969, and then there's one from 1972, I think, in the Rose Garden of a number of the high-level women appointees. One of the, so moving along, thank you, Abby. We'll come, we'll have any questions for Abby? In terms of actual policy and legislation, Nixon approached women's issues largely, partly and largely, through the rubric of civil rights. And so, Dean, can you talk to us about, and that includes the Equal Rights Amendment, the appointment of a woman to the Supreme Court, affirmative action, Title IX, among other things. Can you sort of walk us through that?
I think, Frank, the emerging picture that we're having here is of an administration that got off to a rather slow start in the area of women's rights, and then it picked up steam, and it established ultimately a strong record, probably more pluses than minuses. So it's interesting. I have a little anecdote that I wanted to start out with. This comes from a meeting summary by presidential aide John Andrews, August of 1971, so just after Barbara Franklin joined and made her tremendous impact. According to Andrews, Richard Nixon had to be, quote, dragged kicking and screaming into the state dining room, end quote, to address the American Legion Auxiliary Girls Nation. He called this a hardship assignment to tell the president he had to do this, but the president soon warmed to his audience, and he called women a great human resource, those were his words, and proclaimed, quote, there should be no bars to women's achievement and contribution. Perhaps one of you will even occupy this office. That can and should happen, end quote. He also lauded homemakers, telling his audience that, quote, you can do as much, perhaps more, as a good woman, end quote. So what you can see here is that during the Nixon years, there's an emerging social movement. that the men in the administration and at the top level was all men, were not prepared for. And when pushed, what they came up with was the principle of equal rights, of opportunity. A very American principle, but also very much a Republican Party principle. The politics, I think, is also very important here as well. I have a document here that I'm going to read, and I wasn't planning to do much reading of documents, but I found this in the archives this week. And again, it's in the pre-Barbara Franklin era. This is 1970, and it's a proposal to John Ehrlichman to have a small dinner for women serving in the administration. And it's the top 8 women serving, and political aides Pat Buchanan, Charles Colson, Rogers Morton, who was the chair of the Republican National Committee, were all in favor of this. Colson says, quote, "We are missing an opportunity in this area as well as allowing a negative issue to develop. There is no single area which would be more responsive and would result in so many political pluses at so little cost," end quote. And Morton's quote, I think, is even more interesting, and these are his words at the end, they're not mine. Morton says, quote, "We've been fighting pretty much of a losing battle on this subject of the recognition of women in this administration. The top women's organizations are beginning to unite in their promotion of the Equal Rights Amendment, and they are beginning to believe that only, and only is all in caps, only the Democrats are interested." Here's his closing sentence. "The gals have a tremendous influence on the outcome of any election," end quote. And I'm holding this up. You see, Ehrlichman checked yes to have this. So I think that this is very interesting. The political dimension certainly was there. Another document, Fred Harris, Democratic senator from Oklahoma, tells Nixon it's time to appoint a woman to the U.S. Supreme Court. And they were unable to do that, but it entwined with the issue of the Equal Rights Amendment. Now, Nixon had supported the Equal Rights Amendment since his days in Congress. You might be surprised to know that the Equal Rights Amendment was much older than the 1960s. It went back to 1923 in terms of when it was first introduced. And Susan can kind of correct me on this, maybe in the more general discussion, but it actually was a little bit more of a Republican issue than a Democratic issue. The Democratic Party was very much tied to protective legislation that the ERA would have gotten rid of. So it wasn't surprising that Nixon supported it. By 1968, all National Party candidates supported the ERA, but it was more or less pro forma. And you see the movement starting, and especially the movement for the ERA starting in the late 60s and early 70s. So Nixon had an idea, he and his staff. They would make, and pardon the sports analogy, a double play for women's rights. Thinking again largely of the politics, but not exclusively the politics. Do a re-endorsement of the ERA in 1971 when he has the opportunity with the Supreme Court. And thinking he could appoint a woman and make a really big splash. Well, they were unable to find a woman who the American Bar Association would support. So they didn't, they appointed Rehnquist and Lewis Powell. And there was a little bit of delay in endorsing the Equal Rights Amendment. A lot of the members of the staff felt, that his past endorsements were sufficient. Very interesting, though. Pat Nixon supported the ERA, and Julie Nixon Eisenhower sent him a little note saying, "Dear Daddy, please re-endorse the ERA. It's very important, and we lose the votes of women if you don't re-endorse it." So she knew the way to her father's heart in a way. I think, though, in terms, what's very interesting about this, so the ERA it passes the House and the Senate. A president doesn't have to sign it. It's never ratified. But there are other things that the Nixon administration did, especially in the area of female employment. And Frank, you know, and Nixon scholars know, one of the most interesting documents are the annotated news summaries. And you can get all sorts of stuff in those annotated news summaries. Well, very early on in a news summary, a group called American Women in Television and Radio urged Nixon, this is an item in his news summary, was urging the appointment of a woman to the Federal Communications Commission. Nixon scrawled in the margin, "Why not?" So, there you go, right? And we're hearing a lot about Barbara Franklin and the importance, and also setting numerical targets. When the Interior Department said, we're going to hire 20 women, Fred Malek, standing behind Franklin, said, why not 50? So she had that kind of support. But even more important than women in government, that's one part of this triad, were employment of women in firms that had government contracts, affirmative action. The administration started this with the Philadelphia Plan for minority groups, racial, ethnic minority groups, but that only covered the Philadelphia area, right? Southeastern Pennsylvania. Then that was expanded to the entire country. Any company that had a contract of $50,000 or more had to show progress toward hiring minority groups, but not women, not yet. Okay, that's how things unfolded. Revised Order Number 4 out of the Labor Department said that women had to be included in that as well. So there you go. You start to see affirmative action picking up. And extraordinarily important too, we're talking about the public sector, we're talking about public contracts, if you will. What about the private sector? Nixon signs legislation in 1972 that expands the power of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to sue companies guilty of discrimination or suspected of discrimination in court. And so that provides a means, again, to the application of affirmative action to private industry. So it's extremely important to see all of this going on. And then, just to kind of conclude this a little bit, there are a whole range of legislation that Nixon signed during his presidency that embodied the principle of non-discrimination in the area of gender. So the EEOC law could be seen in that way that he signs in 1972. Title IX of the Educational Amendments of 1972, extraordinarily important. And then there's expanding the charge of the Civil Rights Commission to include what was called at the time sex discrimination. So that's something that he signed. And he didn't sign this law, but he supported it, and President Ford signed it, the Equal Credit Act, so that women would have equal access to credit and would not have to go through their husbands. They could get a credit card, they could get a loan, so on and so forth. So, I mean, you get an awful lot of very good and very important legislation. There were some shortcomings, maybe in the area of child care. It's not from a second-wave feminist perspective, it wouldn't necessarily be a perfect record. Nothing ever really is, of course. But there was a lot of activity. And when Nixon talked about achievement and contribution, I mean, certainly this administration made its contributions to enhancing the ability of women to achieve.
You mentioned his determination, actually, to appoint a woman to the Supreme Court. And they came up with, they had a couple of candidates, and they came up with a California judge, Mildred Lilly, and the process began, and then it was abruptly ended by the American Bar Association, which found her unqualified. And the qualification of that unqualified was that she was the most qualified woman lawyer available, and she was unqualified. So it's hard, and I was around at the time, but it's hard for me to imagine how benighted we were. Eleanor Holmes Norton, I think, had to sue Newsweek because they had a rule against hiring in 1970, hiring women correspondents. It was, and as you say, until that Equal Opportunity Credit Act in 1974, women had to get a credit card, to get a loan, to get a mortgage, had to go through with their husband's approval. So it was quite the context in which this was all, in which Nixon was operating, was something. And indeed, I think the opposition to the change that would be represented in a woman justice of the Supreme Court was so extreme that the Chief Justice sent a letter of resignation. That he didn't specifically mention that as the reason, but he said that because of the changes, I don't think I can continue in this role. So this was really groundbreaking stuff. John, so as Dean has pointed out, that Nixon used the approach of civil rights to a number of this, but there actually was some legislation. And as I said, because of Nixon having both houses of Congress against controlled by the Democratic Party throughout his administration, the legislation was hard to do. Although in the last days of that sort of last gasp of bipartisanship, he did get a number of domestic legislation before politics became weaponized and toxic. He did get some things through the Democratic Congress. But John, who was present at the creation, working for Pat Moynihan on the Family Assistance Plan. So John, can you tell us something? Or actually, I think we have a picture. The pivotal to this is Pat Moynihan. And I think we have a picture of Pat Moynihan in the Oval Office with the president. And John worked for and with Pat Moynihan on these domestic programs, and particularly the Family Assistance Plan and then the Comprehensive Child Development Act in 1971. So can you say, tell us something about Pat Moynihan, about Nixon, and about this legislation?
Thank you, Frank. And let me, if I could, go back to the beginning. And I have a picture from West Branch, Iowa in 1937, which was given to me by the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library. And if you can throw that one up, of the family, the Richard Nixon family, 1937. They're driving home from North Carolina, where he had just completed law school at Duke. And you'll see over on your far right, with the hat on, Hannah, his mother. And just sort of toward the middle from her, a very elderly woman, Elmira, Richard Nixon's grandmother. I don't think this photo is really out it's not downstairs, let's put it that way. And I must tell you that there was an utterly profound impact on Nixon of the women in his family, of his mother and his grandmother. The grandmother, Millhouse side, were folks in the Underground Railway helping slaves running away from the South during the war. And his mother was a devout Quaker, and that led to a couple of things, more perhaps Nixon's conservative style, but he was a man living in the interior in so many ways. And you may recall, almost all of you may have heard the phrase, lower our voices, or lower your voices, from '68, which he picked up from someone in eastern Ohio, a whistle stop, a girl carrying a placard, and used in his inaugural address. That was a quintessentially Quaker idea, lower your voices. But he also had, percolating away inside him, an impulse which was far more liberal and far more radical. But even that, I think, comes from his mother. Hannah was his mother again, and he imbibed from her and from her grit and purpose a foundational conviction that we cannot pass through the world without consciously and continuously working for the general good. What made Nixon a liberal is not quite secular. At the same time, he was born at an interesting moment. His mother was a progressive Republican. Richard Nixon was born a mere 2 months after Theodore Roosevelt had lost in the 1912 election to Woodrow Wilson and his and also his predecessor, or his successor, Taft. And so there was an atmosphere of progressive republicanism in the House. So all of this accounts for, if I can then lead into legislation, not yet the ones Frank mentioned, but rather health care, health insurance, because it was out of that context of his own family, of the death of 2 brothers to tuberculosis at a time of no health insurance, of course, no workman's comp, no unemployment benefits, no Social Security, that the family was imperiled financially. His mother had to go twice, 2 successive times, each for one of her 2 sons who died of tuberculosis, to work for their being able to be in a sanitarium by helping not just her own kids, but other patients. So Nixon grew up with this impulsion to do something about health care. He started as early as 1949. And this, again, I think, in his mind and in his interior had a lot to do with the family, with the ability of a family at the edge to hold together. And he proposed in 1949 a national health insurance bill, along with later Senator Javits of New York and a couple of Republican U.S. senators. That was a counter-proposal to what Harry Truman was trying to do with a single-payer, fully federal program at the time. And comparing Nixon with the bulk of Republicans on the Hill who were more like the last decade saying, well, let's give a little money to the states and see what they would like to do with it. So that's the early background. The specifics in the administration. Family assistance plan was fascinating, and it was an idea that had been percolating. It was a negative income tax, if you've ever heard of such a thing. It's just the mirror image of an income tax, i.e., if you're working, or if you're unemployed, or if you're dependent and poor, and if you have income below the poverty line, it would top up from the federal government. It would top up what you have as take home and the ability to take care of your family. And that was a negative income tax. It was also basically a guaranteed income. And both these ideas were toxic. They had no political traction, though there was bipartisan support in the intellectual community for them. Milton Friedman on one side, all Johnson Kennedy's CEA folks on the other. And so one wag in the Department of HEW, knowing how toxic the terms were, put in front of Secretary Finch the cover title for the bill that his folks were proposing. And it was the Christian Working Man's Anti-Communist National Defense Rivers and Harbors Bill of 1969. And it was sent along with a somewhat different caption to the president later. But it was a long, drawn-out battle, and Nixon did get one piece of it, which was profoundly important to women. There had been, as part of his family assistance plan, a so-called adult categories piece, which became something called SSI, Supplemental Security Income. And the old age assistance part of that dramatically impacted women, because think about it, think about the demographics at that time. Far and away, the largest percentage of poor people were women. And so it disproportionately benefited women. The other thing which we should think about is SNAP, which was Nixon's food stamp idea. And it became law. These were the only two pieces of Nixon's great initiatives, his health insurance bill of 71 and his FAP overall, that became law. The SNAP or food stamp plan reached millions, tens of millions of families, and is a pure negative income tax. It is one of the most pure that's out there. And so he did have success in that, and it is to this day is helping people, men and women, feed their families and themselves. So there was that. But then you had another year later, the storm clouds that began to gather about FAP. And the right wing just was having none of it. And Reagan mounted a very serious offense against the family assistance plan. Nixon asked me to do the briefing paper for him when he was to meet with Reagan in August of '69, then invited me to the meeting where Nixon was trying to sell Governor Reagan on embracing his idea of a uniform family assistance plan which put a floor under the family income of every family with kids in the country. And I felt we were in San Clemente in his office out there. And there I was at sea level. And I could see the surfers out on the waves. But what I felt was that I was at the top of a continental divide. And with Nixon, it was still the activist, I want to use government to help people. With Reagan, it was government's the enemy, and let's detach from it. And so I felt these streams flowing in totally different directions. And Reagan mounted a very, very steady assault on it. He gave his welfare guy, Bob Carlson, to Senator Long to help kill it in the Senate Finance Committee. But The intersection of the resistance to Family Assistance Plan and the Comprehensive Child Development Act, I'd like just to spend a moment on, because the Comprehensive Child Development Act had an echo in the State of the Union recently, and it was for a very, very significant expenditure on early child care, not custodial, the jargon goes, not custodial, but transformative in every respect. And that was embraced in a bipartisan way in 1971. Walter Mondale on the Senate side, later Reagan's opponent, embraced it. And on the House side, you had Ogden Reed from New York and John Bradamus, Democrat of Ohio. And they passed quite overwhelmingly, passed both houses. But Nixon then, after a lot of reflection and a heck of a lot of lobbying, vetoed it. Why? What was the context? Again, Nixon had FAP out front. Family Assistance Plan had a child care component. It was restricted, however, to the roughly 315,000 women with children who were in the welfare system. And he proposed a $610 million program for daycare for those families to enable those women to find work. So it is not as though he was opposed to any kind of daycare. But what was happening was, by this time, the drumbeat had gotten horrendous on the right against Nixon's Family Assistance Plan. That was compounded by his announcement he would go to Red China, ultimately to engage with them, and that there was rumblings of Spiro Agnew going off the ticket. And in May, coming up, Nixon was about to go to Moscow and negotiate the SALT I agreement. So this drove his friends on the right to lunacy. And they were working as hard as they could to beat it. A guy named Alan Riskind was the owner and editor of Human Events, one of the main right-wing journals. And he and I were fighting for several years while Nixon was proposing FAP. He and I later became good friends thanks to the Marx Brothers. His dad was Maury Riskind, who wrote the screenplays for most of the Marx Brothers movies. And young Alan, as a child, for his birthday parties, would have all the Marx Brothers over. So, but over that we became friends. But Alan told me that FAP was the bone in his throat, and that for most of the right wing. Pat Buchanan said to me, it was Moby Dick. It had to be slain. So Nixon was trying to get FAP over the finish line, facing this opposition, and the Manhattan 12, which was the group of the conservative groups, were dead against it, mounting a primary campaign against him. So it was doomed, except for that supplemental security income piece, to failure. Sorry, that was lengthy, but hope it was helpful.
One of the many interesting things in your book, The Last Liberal Republican, I thought was how you document how Nixon pursued FAP. I think there's a feeling, a critical feeling that he proposed it and then just let it wither. But he kept going back with it.
Just one or two more sentences. Steve Bell, who was a leading conservative person on the Hill, and wrote in 73, I think it was, after FAP had been left behind, he said, for 2 years and even much of a third year, Richard Nixon and his administration worked not incompetently and steadily to try and pass FAP. He said, I am so relieved. I've been so unhappy the last couple of years. Now, for the first time, I don't see FAP in the budget. Thank God.
Susan, we were going to come back to some of the women in the administration and in politics at the time. What is there to add now?
Well, I don't think much would have happened in terms of women's rights had it not been for really a handful, 20, maybe 30, and mostly professional women who were pushing Nixon. These 4 congresswomen, for example, as soon as he was inaugurated, they wanted a meeting with him, and they had to ask a couple of times. And they finally got a meeting with him after Vera Glasser had challenged him on the low number of women's appointments. And they went to the meeting in July of '69. They handed sheet of paper to reporters as they went into the White House, and which was heavily critical of the administration, and even called some of the of Nixon's advisors positively anti-women. So they had a long chat with President Nixon, and shortly thereafter, he appointed that task force on women's rights and responsibilities. And that was really critical. It was mostly Republicans, mostly women, but they kind of got each other going. They told other women about the kinds of discrimination that they faced or they saw. Their consciousness was raised, in other words. It was, that came out of left feminism, consciousness raising, but the task force was really a melting pot of consciousness raising. And the recommendations were widespread, that, they really covered a lot of ground, including a child care program. And so there they sat there. This came out of Nixon's own committee, and okay, why aren't we getting action on it? So I just think that had a tremendous impact. And Vera Glauser, for example, was on the committee, and she said, after it was over, the task force, boy, a year ago, I never thought I'd be so militant as after I've done this. And the other thing about Vera Glasser, and there's really a nice exhibit outside if you haven't looked at it yet, which isn't mentioned, is that in the fall of 1969, after she had raised the issue with Nixon, she wrote a 5-part series called The Women's Revolt, and it was the first sustained and also serious media coverage of the growing women's movement, and it was syndicated. It ran in probably 40 newspapers all across the country. So that was a real benefit for this emerging women's movement. And Florence Dwyer, the oldest Republican woman in Congress, she had it inserted into the congressional record. So it was women like these. Let me just mention one more. Rita Hauser is an example of a bunch of professional women who worked for women's campaigns. She headed his campaign in 1968 in New York State. She got rewarded with an appointment to the UN Commission on Human Rights. And early in his administration, she's on him she's sending memoranda to his aides saying, we have got to do action on women's rights, not just appointments, but also policies and executive orders. And they hear from her again and again. And so there were more of these women who came out of these professions when they were just a tiny minority, but out of that experience, they put what I consider to be the vital pressure on Nixon and his advisors.
Vera Glasser is interesting. In addition to what you've described, Mrs. Nixon asked her for a list of women nominees for the court, which she gave to Mrs. Nixon, and she passed along to the president. So it's also the power of one. We have Vera Glasser raising this issue about the women appointees and then all this reaction to it. And similarly, at the very beginning of his administration, Mary Lasker, who was the cancer activist and philanthropist, took full-page ads in a number of newspapers, including the Washington Post and the New York Times. Mr. Nixon, you can cure cancer. And that was really the thing that dislodged what became the war on cancer, although that was a phrase he never used because he felt it might be misleading and he was more interested in research. But the power of one person, the power of one woman to affect national policy is seen in Nixon. We have so much more to talk about and we have so little time. John Mitchell famously said that you should, about the administration, that you should watch what we do, not what we say. And Len Garment, who was Nixon's law partner, friend, White House advisor, wrote that Nixon's enforcement of civil rights, and this is Len's quote, was for the most part operationally progressive, but obscured by clouds of retrogressive rhetoric. In 1973, President Nixon wrote, "When the historical record of the first 4 years is written, I am confident it will show that this administration did far more in the fields of civil rights and equal opportunity than its critics were willing to admit." Panel, do you think Nixon's confidence was well placed?
Well, it certainly was in the area of women's policies. I mean, that was the heyday of women's policymaking, those years when he was president. And, you know, some of that was just timing when everything kind of came together. But part of it was his administration's willingness to entertain this pressure from women.
Dean, in your book, you say, in 1972, Newsweek could say without sarcasm, as you say, and then the quote, "The person in Washington who has done the most for women's movement may be Richard Nixon." To go around the panel, the classic question, were women better off in 1974 than they were in 1969? Abigail, do you want to?
I think if you're going by numbers and metrics, yes, there's you can't really deny the strides that had been made during that time period. But once again, as Susan pointed out too, not just due to the administration, but due to pressure and outside and women's groups and things like that. So always more progress could be made, but I mean, they certainly made a good start.
John? No illumination on it. Dean?
Just to go back to those quotes that you read, I would agree because I quoted both of those in my book. So I do think that if you just again the kind of the bottom line in the balance sheet, a lot of progress in these areas, a context where these movements, African American rights, women's rights, American Indian rights, and you had an administration that was willing to listen and was willing to act, in part, as I mentioned, out of principle, practical considerations. One of the practical considerations that we could add is that all over the globe, we had movements in various different countries. I'm studying Australia, and a sense that you needed to save the existing political order and system by making accommodations. It's extraordinarily important, and I think that practical consideration was there. And also the politics, we would hear and we would see in the documents this cropping up about how Nixon at one point said, we need to grab the ball on this whole women's business and show that women are thinking of the politics. But in a way, I mean, that's very political, it's very practical, but in a way it's very progressive because it is acknowledging that women are part of, the body politic and that attention must be paid. And I think that that's extraordinarily important. And, looking at all the different motivations and things he said at a given point and another point, looking at the whole record is extraordinarily important.
Susan, you had the first word, you have the last word.
Well, I think in answer to your question, absolutely, women were a lot better off. But I think we should use a qualifier here and say that women who were positioned in terms of material well-being, education, who were positioned to take advantage of these new rights and these new enforcements of rights were the ones who really gained. And I think what was left to take care of after the Nixon administration, and to some extent still is the well-being of poor women, of women of color, of women who do not have the advantages that all of us in this room have had.
Well, as Tamara Martin said, there are 46 million sheets of paper and all those things downstairs. So it's an embarrassment of riches for people who want to pursue the subject. In the meantime, please join me in thanking Abigail, Susan, Dean, and John for a terrific panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our second panel. Our third panel, Women in Presidential Administrations, will begin in 15 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Our third panel, Women in Presidential Administrations, will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, our third panel, Women in Presidential Administrations, begins now.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Joellen Chatham, and I happen to be a member of the presidential program here at the Nixon Library, and I'm the director of the Center for Civics Education at Concordia University in Irvine. So welcome to this third panel. To the audience here at the Nixon Library, as well as those watching live stream either at the National Archives and Records Administration or the Nixon Foundation. And of course, this is being taped for C-SPAN, so if you really like it, you can watch it again. On October 1st of 1969, President Nixon announced the Task Force on Women's Rights and Responsibilities. The purpose of the task force was to look at the status of women in the United States and recommend opportunities and programs that could improve that status. 6 months later, the administration issued a report. The report was called A Matter of Simple Justice, which you can see online or through the Nixon Library. And it made a number of recommendations about women's role and prosperity, so to speak, in education, employment, housing, and other areas of life. And in fact, right here at the Nixon Library, there's a display on Title IX, which had to do with women's sports and which is under a lot of examination and controversy today, but it was a great step forward for women in sports. The fifth recommendation of the task force said this: the country should appoint more women to positions of top responsibility in all branches of the federal government to achieve a more equitable ratio of men and women. Well, this panel will include 4 women that are going to discuss this movement toward more equity in the number of men and women at the top of the federal government, all branches. But these women have either studied or participated in that process. So I'm going to briefly introduce each one of the panelists, and then as we go on, you'll learn much more about each one of them. To my immediate right is Dr. Dee Boersma. Dee is the director of the Center for Ecosystem Sentinels and is a professor in the Department of Biology at the University of Washington. Then Linda Hobgood is to my far right, and she's the founding director of the Speech Center and an instructor in the Department of Rhetoric and Communication Studies at the University of Richmond. And on the screen, hopefully any moment, we will have Dr. Diana Carlin, who is Professor Emerita of Communication at St. Louis University and a political communication scholar. And finally, Anina McBride, who directs the Legacies of America's First Ladies initiative at the Center for Congressional and Presidential Studies at American University. So ladies, welcome and thank you for being here. I know there's a lot to learn with this panel. Dee, I want to come to you first, but before I ask my first question, I'd like the audience to know a little bit about you. As I said, you're the director of the Center for Ecosystem Sentinels, and you'll have to explain what that is. You are a professor of the Wadsworth Endowed Chair for Conservation Science at the University of Washington. You have 5 decades of professional field work, and I believe you started out studying the penguins in the Galapagos Island. You've worked for 40 years doing field work in Argentina, protecting penguins and their habitat. You've received numerous awards in conservation and species protection, but you're here today for a different reason. We've talked in several of these panels today, and I just mentioned it again, the Task Force on Women's Rights and Responsibilities. Well, Dee was a member of that task force. In fact, she's the only surviving member. And I have to ask you a question. There were 13 people on that panel. 2 of them were university professors. 1 was a top aide to the New York governor. 1 was a judge, another attorney. a news correspondent, international representative for the United Auto Workers, vice president of AT&T. I mean, these are pretty heady people. And then there was a graduate student who was in student government at Ohio State University. That was you. How did, of all the hundreds of thousands of students, how were you picked for this important panel?
All of these stories have certainly familial parts that are really important. And for me, I was a student leader at Central Michigan University in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. And I went there because my grandfather was president at Central Michigan University, and I wanted to go to Michigan State because everybody in my family went to the University of Michigan, including my dad to law school there. So I didn't want to really go to Central, and my parents were smarter than me, and my dad in particular, and my mother as well, said, look, if you go to Central for 1 year, you can go anywhere you want after that. Knowing full well if I went to Central for a year, I wouldn't want to probably go anyplace else, and in fact, I didn't. And so I was involved in student government. At that point, I was head and president of the Association for Women Students because we had deans of women, deans of men. And I then became president of the Student Senate. And one of the things that bothered me so much was in loco parentis, which means the university is supposed to take care of you, as my grandfather explained to me. The thing is, if we want the women to be safe, we tell them that they have to go to their dorms or whatever at 11 o'clock at night, and then all the boys will go to their dorms. And I said, that's not fair. And in my family, it was supposed to be fair. And I complained to my grandfather about this all the time. He explained to me about in loco parentis and how the university had to, be responsible. And so that's why you had to go at 11. I said, if you want everybody to go to their dorms at 11, then make that a rule. All men and women all have to do it. I really thought, and still do think, it's a matter of simple justice. And we still don't have the Equal Rights Amendment. And that is a really big problem. Anyway, I argued with my grandfather a lot about this. And we were going down to where my grandparents had their summer home on a lake outside of Ann Arbor, and this came up. My grandfather said, I'm on the board of trustees of Eastern Michigan University, where Virginia Allen, chairman of the Task Force on Women's Rights and Responsibility, was a trustee with him. And I said, look, you don't like us demonstrating in the streets about the war. You don't like all of these things that kids are, in your view, kids are doing, and we're not represented. So, unless we're going to be represented, don't expect us to follow all these rules. And I'd worked for 4 years at Central to get rid of dorm hours, and we were successful. So I said, if you want to tell Virginia Allen you're supposed to recommend presidents of universities for this task force, you tell her that what she really needs is student leaders. Students have to be represented. I said, I don't want to have to hold some guy's draft card to burn it to be illegal. I want my own draft card. And I was 22 and draftable. So I think it was that credibility. And my grandmother was in the car as we're going to the down. And my grandmother, one of the few times I've ever heard her speak up and raise her voice, said to my grandfather, Charles, you listen to your granddaughter. That's what I thought. I mean, and Virginia Allen called. My grandfather took the call. And my grandmother looked at him again and said, Charles, you listen to your granddaughter. And he passed the phone to me after he talked to Virginia Allen for a little bit. And Virginia Allen said, well, what do you think about this task force? I said, I think it's a good idea, but you need to have students that can represent our viewpoints, because nobody's representing our viewpoints about war. None of us want to go to war. I don't know any guy that has burned his draft card that was happy about being drafted. But you've got to have some input, and we don't have any input. And so that's what I told Virginia Allen, and then she said, would you be willing to consider being on this task force? And I said, I'm going off to graduate school at Ohio State University. I don't think that's a good idea. And I said, plus, I'm not sure you'd get me appointed, because I've been active in Students for a Democratic Society. That's a pretty radical group. At Central, it was really radical, but because that's in Michigan. But I just wasn't so sure about all of this. And then I thought, this is such an incredible opportunity. So I didn't say no. And then I was called back by Virginia saying, okay, will you do it? And I said, you know, if you can get me the clearance, all right, I'll do it. And then I almost flunked out of graduate school because they said it wouldn't take very much time. But I had to go to Washington, D.C. for like a 3-day meeting once a month for like 3 months. And that was a really formative and meaningful experience for me. Number one, because of the people on that. There were judges on that, head of vice president of AT&T, president of Vassar. I'm the only one standing. And the most important thing that we advocated is still not done. We do not have the Equal Rights Amendment. We need the Equal Rights Amendment. We need it in the Constitution. Women should be equal regardless of their color, their race. Thank you.
So Dee, in addition to your thoughts about the Equal Rights Amendment, what do you think the significance was of the task force? What it achieved short-term and long-term?
Well, we still don't have the Equal Rights Amendment.
Right.
So it's not done. And this is 54 years later. And I'm the last one standing. All the other task force members are gone. And yet we all felt really strongly about this. We need the ERA. And that should be one of the platforms of both parties, not just the Republicans, but both the Republicans and the Democrats have got to believe in the Equal Rights Amendment. So I think that's the stuff that's left undone, that it's up to the next generation. One of the things I think is wonderful about this is that some of the people on the panels have been young. I am not one of them. But I think it's important that young people be involved in all of our civic society. And if we leave them out, then I think we're doomed to failure. We have got to have all people represented.
Well, thank you for serving on that task force. I think it was very important in those days to have a young voice, no matter what that voice was. And I think not only have women's rights advanced, but I think people are listening to young people. Linda, your career took a very different path. You teach in the Department of Rhetoric and Communications, and you founded the Speech Center at the University of Richmond. I think one of the significant things in your career as a leader is that in 2001, you convened a meeting that ended up leading to the National Association of Communication Centers Directors, which is still going today. But in your teaching career, you've also designed some very unique courses for your students. I've got a couple of them here. One is the White House Said Today, Rhetoric of the Executive Branch. That's got to be exciting. And then Rhetoric of First Ladies. So these are fascinating courses that really dive in to political communication. You also initiated the Orator in Residence program, and your program has featured many well-known important speakers such as the chairman of the NEA, former Justice of the Supreme Court Antonin Scalia, and others. Now, in addition to your academic work and teaching, you've also done political campaigns. You've been a speechwriter and a campaign manager, and also you had a role in the Nixon White House for special programs, and you worked on the First Lady's staff. You've also written articles and essays on some of these ladies. One of your articles was Wisdom to Know the Difference, the Rhetoric of Pat Nixon. And another one, A Certain Comfort, Betty Ford as First Lady. Now, when you were chosen for the White House position and then the First Lady staff, what qualified you for that? How did they choose you, and what was your role?
That's probably the best question you could possibly ask. I came home from school, high school, my senior year, and my grandmother was recovering from surgery. I went to sit down with her just to spend a few moments, and she had on the television a talk show. I'm going to be aging myself, but it was something called the Mike Douglas Show. And his featured guest that early spring in 1971 was a woman by the name of Ann Armstrong. She came on the screen, and the television wasn't big enough for that personality. She was full of vitality, energy, her substance, the substance of her remarks was fascinating, but again, it seemed as though the television just wasn't big enough to contain her. I actually wrote a letter that night, and she had been named co-chair of the Republican National Committee. Bob Dole was the chair, Ann Armstrong and Bill Evans of Delaware were the co-chairs. And I wrote her a letter, told her I had seen her that afternoon, and if she could use any help, I was going to be in Washington that summer. And she replied and said, "Let me know when you're here." She was the epitome of what the Nixon administration, I think, was trying to accomplish. And I worked in her office for 2 years, 2 summers, at the National Committee with Lourdes Ulloa, Kitty Clyde, Eleanor Oberwetter, and a lady by the name of Kay Bailey, who became Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison of Texas. It was the most thrilling experience working with those women in a position like that, because it was a heady experience. It was early in the Nixon administration. They were determined to get much accomplished. The energy and the substance that these women brought to their various positions was thrilling to be a part of. I went to the National Convention with Mrs. Armstrong on her staff in 1972. And just to revert to an earlier panel this morning, I've been to 5 national conventions. There has never been applause for anyone such as that for Pat Nixon. Mrs. Nixon approached the floor, and even if you go back and look at the video now, I have fairly recently, it doesn't begin to take into account the sustained nature of the applause, and the camera keeps going back to the same space in the crowd, in the audience. If you could have scanned that crowd, Mrs. Nixon was just loved. And it dated far back. It went back to 52 and 56 and all the years that she had herself been to national conventions. But she handled it so gracefully. And Jimmy Stewart and Ronald Reagan were seated right on the dais, and they would not help her. She was trying to get them to help. And she had a gavel, a gigantic gavel, where she tried to gavel the crowd into silence of some kind, and they wouldn't have anything to do with that. They were just cheering. There were tears. And as I say, I've been to conventions before and after, and there was nothing like that 72 convention with Mrs. Nixon. And maybe that had something to do with what happened next, but I applied for a White House internship. And so with a letter, I had gotten the job at the National Committee, ended up at the White House in the Office of Proclamations with a genius, William Baruti, who later edited a journal that many of us have had a hand in. And then I worked for, it sounds like I was transferred but I worked for Bryce Harlow and Melvin Laird. And again, you can't learn from anybody like those 2 gentlemen. They taught so much. And I watched them deal with the press. They would meet with members of the press in their offices. And watching the way they navigated with questions that were intended to be gotcha moments was again inspiring. And from there, I went back to school, and the summer of '73 was tough. The Irvin hearings had taken place. It was just a tough summer. And someone suggested I go see a government professor at the University of Virginia, where I was attending college. he listened to me for several minutes and did what I have since discovered as a member of the faculty is typical and probably not the worst idea. He said, "This sounds like an independent study to me." And so he offered to supervise the independent study, which resulted in a paper. His remarks at the end were very kind. I do not know how that paper got in others' hands. He did ask me if he could share it, and I said yes, but beyond that, I showed it to my mom and dad, mainly because of his comments. But I got a call from the White House in, I think it was January of '74, and Helen Smith asked me if I would like to come back and work on the East Wing side. And you know, to go from the policy to the First Lady's office over in the East Wing, some people make the transition from east to west. I went from west to east and had a summer like no other, and the memories linger still.
I'm going to come back to you in a few minutes when we talk about the impact of your role and of Pat Nixon's role in actually forging public policy. But in the meantime, let's go to Anita. Anita, you also served in the White House, spanning 3 decades, the Bush 1 administration, the Reagan administration, and then you were in the Bush 2 administration, and then Chief of Staff to First Lady Laura Bush. And all of your work led to your creating and directing the Legacies of America's First Ladies initiative at American University. And you also serve as the executive in residence at the Center for Congressional and Presidential Studies. You serve on many boards, and I think for this organization, it's important that one of those is the White House Historical Association. You've been the author of 2 books, and in fact, 2 of those books you have co-authored with our final panelists, which we'll get to in just a minute. But one of those texts, which I just finished reading, is Remember the First Ladies. But you also wrote a pioneering textbook on the First Ladies, which is for college courses. Now, you were selected to work in the White House not once, but 3 times, and especially your responsibilities as the Chief of Staff for Laura Bush. How did you acquire that position, and did you see changes in the First Lady's position over time during those 3 decades?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and I'm delighted to be joining all my co-panelists here and listening to Dee and to Linda. There's a string of similarity on how I got started to how they did. Dee talked about being involved in student government in college. I was involved in student government in high school. I was not lobbying for things as important as she was. I was lobbying for better furniture in the senior lounge, but nevertheless, it was a start for this interest and engagement of being involved. But I never intended really to go into politics. I was a pre-med major in college. That didn't work out, but I ended up joining. I went over abroad in my junior year, came back in 1980 in the middle of the campaign, the presidential campaign, the Reagan-Bush ticket, as I volunteered. And that's how I got my start. And of course, they won. It's always easier to be on a winning campaign than a losing one. I've been on both. But I wanted to move to Washington after that. And I did, and volunteered at the Republican National Committee, worked, finished college here at American University. Actually, I was short a few credits and had to do that, but I stayed active and involved. And being in Washington was a great experience, how things are so much more open to you. Local news is national news. And that piqued my interest to stay engaged and involved. In 1984, I went back on the campaign, the Reagan-Bush campaign, also as a volunteer, but it was different. I was in the national headquarters, and I met so many people that opened opportunities for me to join the White House. And like Linda, I was in correspondence. I read mail. I read the mail that came into President Reagan and helped to prepare responses. and samples of letters that went to him. I really understood the connection between the public being able to have access to their public officials. Later went on to help write proclamations, something Linda just alluded to as well, and eventually went into the personnel office, which I did for 5.5 years through the end of the Reagan administration and through all of the George H.W. Bush administration. That was an incredible opportunity to understand the operations of the White House, knowing what's happening from east to west and every inch of the 18 acres there. Fast forward to 2000, I went back into the White House to help in the transition. All of us remember the 2000 election was one that, we didn't know for 5.5 weeks who the president was going to be. And the team around Governor George W. Bush asked a few old hands who had worked in the White House to come back and to help. And I went in to help to set up a personnel operation and transition people in that were coming off the campaign. I never intended in staying in the White House. I had 2 young children at that point. I said I'd help you for 4 months to get them up and going. I ended up being there 8 years, including a stint at the State Department, and then ultimately the job with Laura Bush. And I think, how did I get there? How did I get to Laura Bush? I think it was the background of having worked in the White House, familiarity with the White House, with the operations. I was her chief of staff in the second term. So in a second term, there's no time to waste. You realize how fast time goes. And I think she wanted someone who knew how to get their way around and to get things done. And also, she was very interested in expanding her global platform. I had come from working for Secretary Powell at the State Department for a couple of years, was involved in one of the initiatives of the Bush administration, was launching the U.S. Afghan Women's Council, which was something Mrs. Bush was very much involved in, is still involved in those issues. So I think all these things just came together over time. And I think also, to be honest, she was looking for someone who would understand the loyalty and discretion around a very, personal job like that. My now husband, who had served as personal aide to George H.W. Bush as vice president and president, was someone that the family knew very well and knew he did his job with loyalty. And I think she thought, I would understand that and can do the same thing. So in all those administrations, of course, I watched transition and change. First Lady, every single one of them had an impact in their own way. Mrs. Reagan, very involved, of course, in the president's schedule, very much involved behind the scenes, and particularly the role in which this was alluded to earlier in the first panel, her role behind the scenes and President Reagan's focus towards thawing relations with the Soviet Union. Barbara Bush had a different view. She felt she was there, that what was happening in the West Wing was George's role, and she had her role. And she was very involved in the literacy initiatives, things that she cared about, and established a foundation early on in her tenure to which she devoted considerable time. And Mrs. Bush, Laura Bush, really came in with an interest in literacy as well. 9/11 changed a major focus for her, and to pivot from domestic issues of education reform to what was happening now on the global stage after the terror attack on the United States. And her focus became more global. But each of them, had an influence. Each of them had the support of their husband to do their job, which really makes a huge difference. And it really inspired me to do the work that I do now at American University for the last 10 years, this initiative that really peels back the layers and examines the contributions of First Ladies on our politics, policy, global diplomacy, and their legacies of things that continue well after they leave as First Lady.
The First Ladies know their husband's role as president, but they know their own role as First Lady. And many of them have brought their own interests, their own projects that they want to advance which are not necessarily under the president's agenda, but complementary to it. Diana Carlin, you've had a different career. You're Professor Emerita of Communications at St. Louis University and a retired professor and administrator at the University of Kansas. And you have spent your career in teaching and research on a variety of related subjects such as political communication, presidential debates, rhetoric, speech writing, women in politics, and First Ladies studies. Now, as I mentioned, you and Anita have published several books together. One, Remember the First Ladies, but you have also spent 13 years on the advisory board on the Commission on Presidential Debates. Now, that's got to be a heady responsibility. And you created what was called Debate Watch for the Commission. You've worked with women politicians, not only in the United States, but in many countries. I would like you to tell us a little bit about your research and the work that you've done. And then I have a follow-up question about your other book, which I recently read, Gender and the American Presidency. So what motivated you to get into this whole area of political communications?
Well, I came from a family that was very politically interested and involved. My father actually ran for office at one point. My grandparents lived between the aunt and uncle of my congressman, so I would see him all the time. And two doors, he was a Republican, two doors down was the head of the county Democratic Party, where politicians were showing up all the time, and I'd sort of sit in the backyard and watch that. I also was a debater, both in high school and college, and that certainly gets one's interest. I started watching political conventions when I was 10 with my parents and other family members, so it was just kind of in my blood. And being an old debater and getting into communication, political communication was just sort of a natural place for my research to go. And you mentioned the book, Gender and the American Presidency, which I co-authored with Ted Shekels at Randolph-Mason and Nicola Gutgold at Penn State. And we looked at kind of the changes that have happened with women in higher offices. And I know you had said something, Jolyn, earlier about, we had these 9 women we looked at who all were presidential quality. Their names had been mentioned as possible running mates in some cases. Others had been mentioned as women who potentially could run for president, and none of them ever got to that point. Some of them came close, like Kathleen Sebelius, my former governor. She was one of the last 3 who was interviewed by Obama. And so we looked at these women's backgrounds and also looked at all the other research, some of which all of us had done, on the way the media treats women, and how these 9 women were some of the time held back from either being on a ticket as a vice president or moving up into the presidency. And we found several things. There are actually 11 what we called maxims that came out of those 9 case studies. And it was a combination of Republican and Democrat women, women who had been in the House, the Senate, women who had been governors, women who'd been like Elizabeth Dole, to secretary, to cabinet posts. And a couple of them really stand out. When Abigail on the last panel said that the women whose names were brought forward were extremely qualified, maybe even overqualified. One of those maxims that we found was if a woman is going to run for office, and this has been pretty much true and still is, she has to not only be qualified, she has to be probably better qualified than the men. And this has especially been true, and we talked about this in the book, of women running for the presidency. I nearly wrecked my car during the 2000 primaries when Elizabeth Dole had done very well in a straw poll in Iowa. And the commentators were all talking about her great showing. And they first of all said, well, she's been there a lot when her husband ran, so they know her. And then somebody said, but this isn't good because she can't be commander in chief. She's never been in the military. I literally threw up my hands from my steering wheel and started screaming at the radio that our current president was not a veteran either, and that we'd had other presidents who hadn't been in wartime. So, and then I realized I was about to go over a curb. But this has not been an issue now with Nikki Haley. She had foreign policy experience and no one started the commander-in-chief. So we've seen some changes. Another thing we found in that research was what I call the difference between style and substance. There's a real balance that women have to find between being feminine. If Hillary was criticized because she only wore pantsuits, and that didn't look feminine enough. But they can't be too masculine, or they are then dubbed as being too aggressive as opposed to assertive. So we found that with a lot of these women we were looking at, many of them had achieved balance. And I think, my good friend Nancy Kassebaum, former US Senator from Kansas, is a really good example of somebody who had that balance and actually moved very far into the foreign policy and was considered as a vice presidential possibility for George H.W. Bush. So there's that balance that they have to have. The other thing in terms of the substance was something we called rhetorical finesse. Once again, it's kind of choosing the language that doesn't make you look overly assertive or aggressive. Also, not playing too far into the gender card, and that and not being labeled as only concerned with women's issues. So have to be very careful about the kinds of issues they talk about. So this is some of what I've observed, and I'm really pleased about this day happening, because I really think that the Nixon administration was a true turning point for women, and for making it possible for women to see the possibilities. One of the things Kathleen Sebelius said when I interviewed her was that you can't imagine something you've never seen. So if you've never seen a woman senator, if you've never seen a president, it's hard to imagine it.
Diana, in your list of commonalities for women in political leadership, you alluded to a couple of them: rhetorical finesse and not being overly aggressive or assertive. But you also suggested that women who are particularly in political leadership, especially those aspiring to be president or vice president, they must also have foreign policy experience, the ability to raise money. They have to be charismatic and dynamic. They have to be attractive, which is kind of interesting. Look the part, not have a spouse problem, and also must have the right politics. You didn't describe right politics, so I have two questions. How do you define, and by right, you don't mean political right or left, you mean something else, but I would like you to address that. And then with the other panelists, how do you feel about these qualities that she and her colleagues have identified as being important for women in high political office? Diana, define right politics.
Okay. What we meant by that was that it's hard to be a centrist woman and make it through a primary system if you're running for president. I don't think that applies as much on the governor level, or even running for Congress, or for some other statewide offices, or even local. But at the presidential level, that's what that book was talking about. The way the primary system works, it's usually one extreme or the other that's coming out of the primary system. And so a lot of the centrist women have sort of disappeared in those primaries. I did some additional research with one of my University of Kansas graduate students, Kelly Winfrey, who's now at Iowa State. We tracked from 2008 to 2020 the women who had run for president, and looked at a lot of those issues, and some of it, some of them fell out pretty quickly because they were a little too centrist, and the extremes were beginning to be a little more of interest, because that's who tends to vote. So there has to be a nice balance. As I looked at these 11 again, I really think in some ways Nikki Haley ticked off the most boxes of those 11. And her politics were not extreme. They were pretty much, she was definitely to the right of anybody who's running on the Democratic side, but she wasn't as far right as some of the men, but yet she was able to find a balance that worked really well for her. And so I think if you want to look at a good model, I think Nikki Haley was a good model.
And talking about centrism, I don't think we see much of that among men today. There aren't too many people in politics that are not on one side or the other. Linda, your background is largely in communications as well. Have you noticed over the years the difference in political communications, not only between men and women, but have women adapted differently to political communications over the years?
I don't tend to draw the lines quite that way, but I remember a Senate race in New York between Elizabeth Holtzman and Geraldine Ferraro. And I remember that year when that campaign started, they said this would be like no other because it was going to show that gentility and humaneness and gentleness in your disposition, they were going to be hallmarks of that campaign. If anybody remembers, they were throwing each other down the stairs of the subway. And it didn't exactly do much for women in public office. On the other hand, I think that whether you're male or female, the need to be yourself is so terribly important. Politics and rhetoric come together in the message that you communicate and the self that comes across. And I know Aristotle said all three artistic proofs, the logos, the ethos, the pathos, all should be like a balanced stool. It should be even. But in the end, the audience says, can I trust this person? And everything else hinges on that trustworthiness. My own daughter, when she finished law school and started work at a law firm, she said, Mom, so many of the young women who have come on board with me are trying to be so forceful. They're really pushing it. And if they would just be themselves, they're so much more convincing. And you know, that said a lot, and it was really nice to hear it from my daughter because she had seen something that we talk about in the classroom or in our research, but she had seen it up close and personal, and she saw all these women as their best selves until it became a legal argument or something like that, and then they felt they needed to draw on something else, and it wasn't they themselves doing the talking.
So that authenticity in communication is extremely important.
Yes.
And I think that also goes back to Diana's point about not being overly aggressive or assertive. In other words, don't try to be like a man, just be yourself, and people will respect that. Dee, you did not have a political career, although you started out with a bang on that task force. But not all women that are in politics are working in political environments, such as the White House or a top-level government agency. But many of them bring something else to the game, and that is expertise in a particular field. And in your case, it's conservation and biological preservation and so on. So how can women who are less interested in actually being a political person, but they're in a special field, how can you make a difference in public policy? Because you have.
I think there's two things to keep in mind. One is that one person can make a difference, and we've heard that from several people on this panel and other panels that you've heard from today. So one person can make a difference. There's no doubt about that. The second thing that I think is important is obviously if you're going to make a difference, you'd like to be on the side that whatever the policy is that you want to change is going to last for a while. I mean, I have to say that Nixon was incredible in that he got so much environmental policy through. I mean, if you read the Endangered Species Act and what he said about it, he sounds like he's from Greenpeace. It's amazing how much of an environmentalist in that speech he was. So I think it's important to recognize that we do have different viewpoints and that those viewpoints need to be expressed. But you want to have them based on science. And let me tell you, in my view now, science is not counting for much. And we need to have it count for a lot because we're losing species really rapidly. There's two problems, and I tell my students this all the time. They don't like to hear it. There's too many people in the world. 8 billion is way too much, and we're consuming way too much. What are you going to do about it? I think that we can do something about it. I don't want to do it the way the Ukrainians are doing it or how they're doing it in Gaza, but we have to do something about the number of people and our consumption. And if you ignore those two problems, I don't care what policy you have, in the end, it will fail. I'm glad I'm as old as I am. But I want young people that have an investment in living longer to make this a more humane and better world. And we have to allow differences in viewpoints, but also more freedoms. I mean, I can't imagine what the Ukrainians are going through, and the Republican Party in the past has been the one that has been defending America and what we're doing. Where are those people now? Where's the money going to come from to be able to stop these wars? We've got to be better at that, and if we are better at it, then we'll have more species in the world, and I happen to care about penguins. And I want penguins to exist long after I'm here. But we can't if we fish all the fish out of the ocean and depauperate all of our oceans, let alone our air. I mean, don't forget, the Air Quality Act, I mean, that's Nixon. I want to breathe clean air, drink clean water, and have lots of species. But both parties should have this. And we, as individuals, need to vote for those sorts of things. Otherwise, we'll never get them.
Well, and if you saw her lanyard up close, it has penguins on it. And I think, Dee, you're a good example of what women who choose not to be engaged professionally in a political forum, but to take the experts you bring in a particular field to the public policy making process. Now, I know you said you're at your age, won't mention your age again, but I will go back to 1789.
I'm 77.
So am I.
77.
But what month?
1946 was a good year.
It was a very good year. Now, I know you were not around in 1789 when the Constitution went into effect, although Ronald Reagan claims he might have been. But during that time, there have been 71 secretaries of state. 3 of them have been women. And obviously, since going back to 1933, when President Roosevelt appointed the first woman as a cabinet member, Frances Perkins, as Secretary of Labor, obviously more and more women have taken leadership roles. But some of those of you who've worked in the White House, what have you seen about women leaders? Because more and more of them are taking these top professional positions in policy-making areas. Anita, what have you seen? You've been in the White House off and on for 30 years. What are your thoughts?
Well, personally, from when I stepped into the White House in 1984, I've always worked for a woman. Every office that I was in, there was a woman in leadership, from correspondence to management and administration to obviously the First Lady's office. So I've had great examples. And again, listening through this conference through the day, I really do realize, I'm standing on the shoulders of so many others who really broke a lot of ground in White House leadership roles. In the Reagan administration, Elizabeth Dole was head of the Public Liaison Office before she went over to be, a cabinet officer. A number of the offices in the White House, economic policy, domestic policy, were run by women. One of the last frontiers that really, where we haven't broken the ceiling yet to have a secretary is the Department of Defense, of course, but we've been inching towards that as well. I mean, we've had 4 of the service secretaries over the last number of years have been women: Secretary of the Air Force, Secretary of the Army, Commandant of the Coast Guard, Chief of Naval Operations. So the Secretary of Defense role would be one that I think would, be important for women in the future. But I have always felt, in my just personal capacity and opportunities of the White House, I've always felt I had the mentorship and the support of women leaders that have allowed me to thrive, actually.
Diana, in your research, what criteria do you believe have been the most influential in helping both the public and political leaders elevate women? What have been the greatest influences?
Well, I think being successful. There is a reason that the women who have risen to the levels they have in the cabinet, or have made it into the Senate, or have been Secretary of State, they've done very well with their job. And it gets back to that point that Kathleen Sebelius made. Once you can see someone who has not been in a position like that, a woman, a minority, doing it well, it becomes much easier then for the women who follow. And I think we've had some incredible women leaders. They've really followed those kinds of principles. And Linda, it was interesting when you mentioned authenticity, because when Kelly Winfrey and I looked at the 2020 race, one of the things we discovered was that the criticisms of the women were changing, and that the lack of authenticity was one of the things that was holding some of these women back, just as your daughter noted. And likability. People, feel comfortable with someone, and we've had a lot of those women leaders. You mentioned Anne Armstrong. She's another one who impressed me as a teenager, and I would put her on the list of one of those incredible role models. The three women, Madeleine Albright, Condoleezza Rice, Hillary Clinton as Secretaries of State. And, Madeleine Albright was one who balanced some of that. Her book about her pins, that's a very feminine thing to be doing. But she was using a very feminine piece of jewelry to tell a story and to send messages. So I think it's a combination of having those excellent communication skills, balancing, showing others, and paving the way. And we've had so many of these women who've done that. Elizabeth Dole is another one. Nancy Kassebaum, as I said. I'd say even if you start looking outside of elective politics, but Sandra Day O'Connor, the first woman on the Supreme Court, and the way she performed over her period on the court was, impeccable, and kind of was oftentimes the deciding vote. So, and that made it possible for other women to be appointed. You mentioned Anita, the military. Another, I think, important Nixon appointee was Jean Holm, who was the first female one-star Air Force brigadier general, and the first female two-star in any branch. And then she served in the Ford administration in that Office of Women's Programs. So, there was another first that came from Nixon, that we now have been able to have those other women. So success breeds success, and we've been very lucky to have incredible women who were selected from Nixon on, or who've run and won offices to really pave the way.
I think you used a word, likability. I think that's extremely important. People tend to think being likable is being mushy or not having convictions, when in fact it's just the opposite. It's not only the right way to be as a human being, but strategically it works, because if people like you, if you're approachable, they're more likely to listen to you than if you're not, and your whole point is try to communicate to someone. And the other point, and I think Dee brought this up, what President Nixon did in so many fields was intentional. Looking for women leaders, as well as issues on conservation and so on. These were intentional parts of his presidency, and they made a difference. In our last few minutes, I'd like to ask all of you to answer briefly, particularly for women who are in professional life, looking to seek positions of appointment or elective office in politics, or young women who are still in school looking for their careers. What advice would you give them to get involved in the political realm with the goal of a higher level position? Linda, let's start with you.
I think that we come back to that authenticity piece. We have a dean of the leadership school at the University of Richmond, and she is, I think, at least the 4th or 5th dean of the leadership school, but she's outlasted all the others. And they were all men, and she, in her own quiet, beautifully authentic way, has commandeered or steered that leadership school in a way that reflects so much her demeanor and personality, but also her philosophy of leadership. She's walked the talk, and I think this is terribly important. We tend to not realize it. One of President Nixon's initiatives that wasn't mentioned in the previous panel that I I happened to be very interested in it at the time and still am, was called revenue sharing. And I think the idea came in part from Daniel Patrick Moynihan. But the idea was based on the federal government being the best collector of revenue. But then money that would go to the states or the communities would be subject to the local decision as to what it needed to be spent on. And if the federal government collected it and the locality used it, let's just say they used it for a golf course as opposed to a hospital, at the local level, those leaders would have to bear the responsibility for what they did. And the thing about that is it's hard. You would love to say, oh, we got that because the federal government insisted that we have it. That's so easy to do. It's much harder when you have the money and you have the responsibility for allocating it. But taking that responsibility, and I think this was really behind that program, was giving people at the local level a chance to show leadership. And women need that, men need it. It's really not a gender thing. It's are you going to take the responsibility for money that the federal government they've collected it, but they are extending it to you. You will bear the responsibility of how it is spent, what it goes for. I just think that's a marvelous way of running a democracy or a representative republic.
So two great pieces of advice are be authentic, and take responsibility. Dee, very quickly, your advice to other women?
No, I don't have any more.
Darn. Anita?
I'll take the perspective of students and young people, since I work at a university and around students all the time and an advisor to several clubs, is get involved. Every experience, every opportunity is a building block for your future. And your network is a really important factor to your ultimate success. The more people that you meet, the more opportunities that you take advantage of, the more things that you learn. While you're in college, sometimes could be the easiest part of your life. Take advantage of all of the opportunities in front of you, and not only the clubs at the school, whether they are political or not. It's also civic engagement at any level. If you're interested, we're a school at American University really prides itself on putting many of its students into public service. They have to understand what the public needs, and that is getting involved in civic organizations, volunteer work, all of those things just really build an empathy and an understanding for what's needed out there. And again, I'll underscore, build your network. It's really important.
Diana, advice to other women?
Well, I agree with everything everyone said up to this point. I think the other thing is, don't be afraid to push what you think are your limits. Some of the time I think women hold themselves back, especially thinking, well, I've never done this. You maybe haven't done that exact position, but you maybe have skills from something else you've done. And it's the advice I give my students who are graduating as bachelors with bachelor's degree and say, well, I don't have a job. Well, you've done X, Y, and Z. That's a skill that then fits this other position, and use that as an example. And the other thing I think, especially women, there is sexism out there yet, but don't let it get in the way. Turn it around. And I was on a panel several years ago about this topic, and was on with a woman who was state legislator at the time. She eventually became Secretary of Revenue for the state. She was one of the first women ever put on the Finance Committee in the House, and all men. And they said, oh, well, you can take the minutes. You can be the secretary. And instead of getting irritated, she goes, I would love to do that. That is an exalted position, Secretary of State. And she goes through all these different things. She then took those notes, she owned the notes, and she then created a piece of legislation as a freshman legislator, which got her notice and eventually moved her up to where she had a cabinet position in one of the Democrat governor's offices. So, don't let something defeat you. Figure out how you can turn it around. And I think that's really important.
This is not only good advice, but we're out of time. And give me 10 seconds. If it's 10. Okay.
I just want to say one thing. There's never enough money, but there's enough intuition and resourcefulness that you can solve things without money. And so don't let money, I mean, one of the things that bothers me the most is government that says, well, we don't have enough money to do that. Well, they'll never have enough, but there's other ways to do things.
Well, these are 4 women who have lived what they've said. They've given us great advice, and we know it works because they've lived that advice. Please join me in thanking them for their experience and their participation.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our third panel. Our fourth and final panel, The Impacts of Pat Nixon and Other First Ladies, begins at 12:15. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our fourth and final panel will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our fourth and final panel, The Impact of Pat Nixon and Other First Ladies, starts now.
Good morning. My name is Carl Sferrazza Anthony. I'm an author and historian of some 12, 13 books on the First Ladies, both collective biographies and individual ones. And my first two books were sort of a biography, if you will, on the role of First Lady over a 200-year period from 1789 to 1989. And today's panel, we are going to, of course, be putting our emphasis on, because there's a lot of material just to cover in talking about Mrs. Nixon. So I will open with a very brief overview of that role of First Lady and bringing us up to 1969 when Pat Nixon becomes a First Lady. And the way at the time that role was perceived, it had been less than 10 years that Jackie Kennedy had done her famous White House tour of her restoration work, the refurbishing along historical lines of the White House, and created the White House Historical Association. She had many other projects and interests, but that was what she became most identified with, followed by Lady Bird Johnson, who first undertook a somewhat similar effort in terms of the exterior, meaning the land and the environment, first of Washington, D.C., and then of the nation. So there was a vague expectation that Pat Nixon would take on one quote-unquote project, but in looking at the overall role of First Lady, we see that from the beginning it was one fraught with symbolism in everything they said and did, even within the traditional confines of the 19th century and the early 20th century, with the expectations of women's roles in American society. We see that with First Ladies, it could be a little bit different. Dolly Madison, for example, used entertaining to essentially integrate not only men and women at social events, but members of her husband's party and the opposition, trying to forge a spirit of bipartisanship. Lucy Hayes was famously nicknamed Lemonade Lucy for not permitting the serving of any alcohol in the White House, and there were sort of cartoons and jokes made, but in fact it was a political concession to the Prohibition Party that her husband had made in thanks for their support of his nomination and election. As one gets into the 20th century, we see First Ladies taking their so-called interests a step further into legislation. Nellie Taft had an interest in civic issues. She was a member of the National Civic Foundation, National Civil Society, and she took a great interest in the improvement of Washington, D.C., but also in the improvement of the health and safety of federal workers. And she was behind a presidential proclamation in 1912 that ensured the health and safety measures of federal workers, and she was credited publicly for that. Florence Harding was very active in caring for and seeing to the needs of and visiting the hospitals, the federal hospitals where veterans from the First World War were being treated. But it was really like an iceberg, because underneath the water, she was involved in the appointment of the first director of the Veterans Bureau. So you saw this role of First Lady as the media is evolving, with first illustrations, and then photography, and then newsreels, and then sound. Increasingly, the role of First Lady's public acts becoming politicized. Bess Truman, who many think of as the ultimate in non-political First Ladies, was actually behind the scenes encouraging the appointment of women in the administration, and particularly women scientists. She was also advising the presidents on the creation of Aramco, the Arabian American oil company. Mamie Eisenhower, while thought of as the quintessential hostess of the 1950s, used that hostess role to make a statement on civil rights and against Senator Joseph McCarthy. And even Jackie Kennedy was involved in terms of her interest in the arts. When asked on her TV tour if she saw a government role, she said, "That's so complicated, I just think everything in the White House should be the best," but in fact was behind the creation of what eventually became the National Endowment of the Arts and Humanities. She also took a great interest in the troubling and growing conflict in Vietnam. Today, we have four individuals who bring with them special expertise and love and appreciation for the real Pat Nixon and the contributions that she made. I will add that at the end of this panel, we will be showing a spectacular film about Pat Nixon and all that she did as First Lady. So please stick around for that. I'd like to introduce immediately to my right Sarah Fling, who is an historian at the White House Historical Association, Maureen Nunn, who is a member of the Richard Nixon Foundation Board of Directors and a longtime friend of the Nixon family. Her mother, Helen Drown, was the best friend of Mrs. Nixon for many, many decades. The two women were extremely close. Mary Brennan is the Dean of College of Liberal Arts at Texas State University and the author of Pat Nixon, Embattled First Lady. And on Zoom, we'll be hearing from Bob Bostock, who worked with President Nixon during the last 5 years of his life and wrote the original panels, the gallery panels for the first Nixon Library. He continued to curate multiple exhibits here, including the one in 2012 marking the centennial of Pat Nixon's life. Now, we have talked ahead of time about dividing up some of the areas where Mrs. Nixon had her greatest impact. And while each individual will give focus to that, we're going to also open it up because we all know a lot about Mrs. Nixon, and if anything is left out or needs mentioning, we'll all fill in. I will ask Sarah first, as a historian at the White House Historical Association, as well as Bob Bostock, to talk about the most immediately public visual impact of Pat Nixon, and that was her work with the White House Historical Association.
Yes, absolutely. And it's very difficult to encompass the many White House legacies of Mrs. Nixon in a short time, but I'll do my best, and I know that Bob will supplement this as well. Of course, one of the most obvious impacts that Mrs. Nixon has on the White House are her acquisition efforts. And if you walk through the White House today, the White House that you see is largely a testament to her work with White House curator Clem Conger. And Bob will talk a little bit more about those acquisition efforts, but this is a project that we're really proud of course, at the White House Historical Association, in carrying forward a legacy not just of Mrs. Kennedy, who made these efforts very public, but also first ladies throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries who realized the importance of preservation. People like Caroline Harrison, for example, Lou Hoover, and others who really wanted to augment the history of the White House. But one of my personal favorite things about Mrs. Nixon's work in terms of the White House collection is that she inherently understood that museum work doesn't end with a collection. And I think so many of us who work in the museum and archival field understand this, that you can have a wonderful, fantastic, well-done collection of objects and furnishings, but none of it matters if you don't get people through the door to experience them. And while certainly many White House tourists had come through the years, Mrs. Nixon understood that there were many barriers to entry for different groups on White House tours, and she worked throughout her time there to remove many of these barriers. So one great example of this is wheelchair accessibility at the White House. And we're talking about decades before the Americans with Disabilities Act that Mrs. Nixon realizes something should be done here. And previously, in terms of White House accessibility, really we only see Franklin Delano Roosevelt make some changes to the White House because of his own wheelchair use. He adds ramps, especially to the West Wing, and elevators in areas that he uses to get from the residence downstairs. But these aren't in areas where a tourist would come to see the White House. So those are early things that we see happen at the White House that are later carried forward to actually include those that are visiting the people's house. And that's all thanks to Mrs. Nixon. Another barrier that she removes are for blind and deaf and hard of hearing visitors at the White House, and realizing that, again, if you can't understand, see, or hear what's happening on a tour, you're not getting the full experience or the magic of the White House collection, the interiors in the house. So she works with the White House guides and creates interpretation that makes it more accessible for deaf, hard of hearing, and blind visitors. She even has special tours of the White House where blind visitors can physically touch objects in the White House collection. That's really remarkable by modern standards, and it initiates a new era of accessibility at the White House. And then the final one I want to touch on in terms of accessibility to actually see the people's house is multilingual visitors, and that many visitors to the White House might not speak English as their first language, and that adding multilingual interpretation to come and learn more about the White House really brings in an entirely new demographic of people to understand the history of the executive mansion. So we see these several different ways that she brings access to the people's house, and it's really remarkable because the White House belongs to the American people, as Jackie Kennedy always said. And so you need to bring as many people with as many abilities, languages through the door as you can. And on that same level of tours, another thing that I want to add in terms of Mrs. Nixon's longevity and legacy that we still see at the White House today, and 'tis the season for White House garden tours, which we will see very soon. And I think this is a really great legacy of Mrs. Nixon. The White House garden tours, as we know them today, begin with her in 1973. And this is a chance for members of the public to actually come learn about the history of the grounds. They had been able to come before for something like an egg roll and see the White House gardens and grounds, but maybe not learn so much about why these things matter, why it matters to preserve this history. And at the very first White House spring garden tour that Mrs. Nixon hosts, she's got White House gardeners on hand where you can ask them questions about what their daily work is like or what that flower or plant is, as well as historical resources to learn more. And to bring this to the present, I think it's actually a really interesting piece of her legacy, because during the Nixon era, if you wanted to go on a tour of the White House, you could line up very early in the morning, wait all day, hope that you could get in. Of course, that's no longer the case, right? It's very difficult to just decide that you want to go to the White House. You've got to call your congressman. You've got to put in a request very early. But the spring and fall garden tours are still a way that people can decide day of that they want to get up close and personal to the White House. And this is especially relevant for Washingtonians to actually get a chance to go see the gardens and have an opportunity without putting in weeks and months of requests and work on the back end to actually go see the People's House. So this is something that, of course, she couldn't have known when she first instituted the garden tours, that they would remain one of the most accessible ways for the public to see the White House, but now we see that as one of her major legacies. And one last thing I'll mention before I really want to pop over to Bob to talk about the collection itself is something that we really take for granted now, and it's the illumination of the White House at night. In 1970, Mrs. Nixon flips the switch to have the White House lit after dark, which seems very crazy now that that wasn't happening. They even use funds that are left over from Nixon inaugural activities to do so. But now this is a great legacy that we see from the Nixon era, that even if a tourist gets in on a red-eye flight and it's the middle of the night and they want to walk past and see the People's House, they can do so, and that's all thanks to Pat Nixon.
I would also, if you would want to mention the fact that, you know, as a person who had worked her whole life, sensitive to the time constraints of people, particularly federal workers who work 9 to 5, that during the holiday season, she opened at night the White House.
Yes, so during the holiday season, we see the White House candlelight tours become another one of these Nixon-era institutions that she introduces. And it's a great example, again, of understanding the needs of actual people. And this is a thread I know we're going to talk about over and over and over on this panel, is that Mrs. Nixon understood what people needed. She listened. She cared about people actually coming through the doors. So yeah, if you're working a 9 to 5 job, no, you can't wake up in the morning, stand in line in the heat or the cold all day and hope you can get into the White House. But if there's a candlelight holiday tour, you might just have the chance to go in after you've worked a long day and enjoy the festivities with your family. So it's just one of those other examples of her really tuning into how do we get more people to experience the White House as the People's House.
Are the candlelight tours still held?
They are not. From my understanding, the candlelight tours actually ended around the 9/11 era for security purposes.
Yeah, so many security. Bob, I'm hoping you might be able to fill us in a little bit more on the actual process of the collection and creating that large legacy she did.
Sure, I'm happy to. Sarah's excellent explanation of how important it was to Mrs. Nixon that people be able to see the house reminded me of a story that she would tell, that in 1947, when she and the future president had just arrived in Washington, he is the newly elected representative from the 12th District of California, they received an invitation to go to a reception to the Truman White House. And the new representative, young Dick Nixon, was not too keen on going. He had a very busy workload, and Mrs. Nixon said to him, "Come on, Dick, we need to go. We may never get back to that house again." So I think she retained for her entire life the kind of the wonder and awe that people would have is in being able to see the White House. But the collections are just amazing, the acquisitions that she did. She acquired more than 600 pieces of furniture and art and other furnishings for the White House collection. That's more than any first lady before or since. And how it all got started is a pretty interesting story. She and the president had been over to the diplomatic reception rooms of the State Department, where Clem Conger was the curator. And these rooms are filled with one of the finest collections of 18th century American furniture and art that exist anywhere in the country. And they talked, the Nixons talked and said, you know, we ought to get Clem Conger over here to help us with our collection because it's still, despite the efforts that Mrs. Kennedy made, there were still a lot of things that were not properly represented and a true American sense to the look of the mansion. So she worked with Clem Conger and others to acquire pieces. She was very, very effective at persuading people to lend and then sometimes permanently lend, i.e. give pieces to the White House. She was most proud of being able to acquire for the White House collection from the family of John and John Quincy Adams portraits of President John Quincy Adams and his wife Louisa for the collection. They had a very nice event unveiling that, where I think something like 75 of the Adams descendants were at the White House for that event. Every corner of the White House really reflects, I think, Mrs. Nixon's commitment to increasing the collection and to really make certain that the House reflected the earliest days of the Republic, which is when it was built. Back in 2011, Carl was good enough to mention that I had curated Mrs. Nixon's centennial exhibit. Several of us from the foundation went to the White House to meet with some folks there about how we might involve them in the centennial celebrations of Mrs. Nixon's birth, which would happen in 2012. And we met with the curator of the White House, Bill Ullman. And I remember saying to him, we would really like to borrow a couple of pieces to exhibit out at the library in California. I said, you know, Mrs. Nixon acquired more than 400 pieces. I'm sure there's something in the White House warehouse that you could send out there that would not be missed in the house. And he quickly replied that everything she collected was of such quality and such historic importance that none of it is in the White House. And they're going to have to figure out how they can take a couple of things that are in the mansion at that point and send them out to California. And they did. They sent us a Duncan Fife chair that was in the green room and a beautiful 19th century landscape by William Innes that was called Rainbow in the Berkshire Hills. And we were able to display those two pieces as part of Mrs. Nixon's centennial exhibit back in 2012. So the reach and the effect of what she was able to accomplish, both in terms of how the rooms are decorated as well, continues on to this day. She said at the time when they opened the Blue Room that had been recently redone, someone asked, you know, how long do you hope this lasts? And she said, oh, I'd be happy if it lasts 10 years. Well, in fact, the imprint she has put on the mansion has lasted 50 plus years and will endure, I'm sure, for quite a while. I just want to read a real quick quote from William Seal, probably the best White House historian and certainly a major impact on the White House Historical Association. He wrote the definitive 2-volume history of the White House. Fascinating read if you ever get a chance. But he wrote that the Nixon era was the greatest single period of collecting in White House history. The great collection of White House Americana today is the long shadow of Mrs. Nixon. The impulse, the idea, and the energy were hers. And I don't think anyone captured more succinctly and persuasively the impact that Mrs. Nixon made on the White House collection and just on how it looks overall. And the fact that all of the things she did to enable more and more people to come through the house and enjoy it, particularly in the era when it was much easier to get into the White House, is something that literally millions of people have seen. They may not know that it was Mrs. Nixon who acquired all these things and made it possible for people with disabilities and others to come through and enjoy the house. But she really left an enduring mark on the executive mansion that people appreciate and really enjoy right up until the present time, and I'm sure will for many years.
You know, I know that along with the furniture, she was, as you mentioned, the Adams portraits. She was also responsible for the, I think, permanent loan is what they called it, of a portrait of Dolly Madison, bringing that to public display for the first time in the White House, and was also there to oversee this rather sensitive process of bringing the portraits of the late President Kennedy and Jacqueline Kennedy, and by that time Onassis, and arranging for the former First Lady and her 2 children to come back to the White House. Mrs. Nixon had known as a Senate and then vice presidential wife the elderly Mrs. Woodrow Wilson, Edith Wilson, and I know she first was very excited before she married President Nixon at a conference on social services in New York at the Waldorf Astoria, met Mrs. Roosevelt. So and then of course was very close to Mamie Eisenhower and filled in for Mrs. Eisenhower during those 8 years of the Eisenhower presidency. So she was very sensitive to the role of First Lady. But I'm wondering, Bob, if you could tell us just a little bit about the visit back and how she very sensitively helped to arrange for the visit of Mrs. Onassis and her kids.
Sure. Mrs. Kennedy, when she left the White House after President Kennedy's assassination, had not returned to the House at all, despite many invitations from President Johnson to do so. But when the portraits of the president and Mrs. Kennedy were ready to be hung in the White House, normally there'd be a ceremony where the family could come and see the official reception and hanging of these portraits. But Mrs. Kennedy, then Mrs. Onassis, did not want to come back. So Mrs. Nixon said, why don't you bring your 2 children, just the 3 of you. We'll have a private event. We'd love to have you here for dinner. The girls can show your children, the Nixon daughters, the girls, as everybody called them back then, can show the kids around, and you get to see the portraits privately. So Mrs. Onassis agreed to that. The president sent a government plane up to New York to bring them down to the White House. They came in completely without anybody knowing. Helen Thomas had managed to find out, and they promised to she was the reporter for the UPI. They made a deal with Mrs. Thomas that if she would just not print the story till after the visit was over, they'd give her the exclusive. So Mrs. Onassis and Caroline and John Kennedy came. They were both teenagers at that point. They had dinner at the White House. The president took them down to the Oval Office so they could see where their father had worked. It was just a really special kind of family day. And at the end, after the visit was over and the Kennedys, Mrs. Onassis and her children went back to New York, Mrs. Onassis wrote the most beautiful letter to the president and Mrs. Nixon that concluded with a phrase that was just very, very touching. She said, "A day that I have long dreaded has become one of the most precious I have spent with my children." And that was the only time Jackie Kennedy returned to the White House from the time she left in December 1963 and until she passed many years later. And I think that that event is not just important from a standpoint of the history of the White House, but here were 2 men who had run against each other in 1960, had known each other for a long time from their service in the House. They came to the House together in the 1946 election. They were in the Senate when Vice President Nixon was president of the Senate, and had that very tough and bitter campaign in 1960. But when families are in the White House, I think that they find that sharing that experience transcends politics. And I remember we had asked Caroline Kennedy to do a little video explaining that visit. And she said pretty much that at the end. She said, having lived in the White House, no matter what party you're in, that transcends anything to do with politics, and it's more about patriotism and tradition and love of country. And I think that visit really encapsulates something that I think perhaps isn't as prevalent today, but wouldn't be a bad thing to go back to.
Thank you so much for that, Bob. And Maureen, I'd like to now turn to you and starting to address what was a very large and groundbreaking role that Pat Nixon undertook as an ambassador to foreign nations. Not an ambassador in any kind of a formal sense, but a goodwill ambassador and a representative of the president at a time when President Nixon was very involved in Middle East policy. The United States was involved in many South American countries and their governments, of course, in what was then called the Soviet bloc, behind the Iron Curtain, going to not just the Soviet Union and China, but to many of the satellites of the Soviet Union. And to talk a little bit about why she undertook that role and the impact that she had.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Nixon Foundation and the archives for putting this together today. It's just been fantastic. So thank you very much. And I want to start by saying that I am the oldest living person who knew Pat Nixon for her entire life. I was born in 1942, so do the math. Pat was born in 1912. I want to go back just a bit how this happened. My mother, Helene Drown, was teaching at Whittier High School. And Thelma, she had changed her name from Thelma to Pat in honor of her father, because she was born on the evening of St. Patrick's Day. So my mother and Pat met when they were teaching at Whittier High School, and they became longtime best friends. They even died in the same year. Kind of gruesome, but I mean, it just to show, to show their friendship. So I knew Pat Nixon and President Nixon from the time that I was born. And I'm a much better person for knowing both of them. They really were incredible people. I think the first memory I had, born in 1942, the first memory I had of them coming to our really very small house in Long Beach, I'm a very high active person, very, lots of energy, and I didn't like to go to bed. So, and I had this huge rabbit. It was a stuffed rabbit, and can I call him Dick? So Dick and Pat would say, Maureen, go get your bunny, go get your bunny. So I'd run down the hall, get the bunny, bring it back. Oh, the bunny looks like it's really tired. Maybe I should go to bed. So here we are, running back and forth in the hallway and then falling asleep. But incredible stories. So to fast forward to 1953, when he was vice president under President Eisenhower, President Eisenhower came to Vice President Nixon and Pat and said, I want you to go on a 10-week trip to 19 countries, 43,000 miles. Well, Pat had never left her children. Tricia was 8 at the time. Julie was 6. And if you have ever traveled to the Far East, you know how far it is. And they were going to 19 different countries in different weather, different people, different leaders, different food, the whole 9 yards. I remember that Pat came out to go shopping with my mother, and maybe some of you remember there was a store called Buffum's here in Southern California, and the buyer had selected some clothes for Pat that needed little or no ironing. And so she actually got those clothes. She splurged on one dress that was chiffon. And when they got to India, she had the wonderful person at the hotel. She only brought one person with her, by the way, on this entire 19-country trip. One person. Consider what today is. Anyway, this lovely lady was ironing the chiffon, and you know that chiffon grows. It stretches. So for the state dinner that night, and if you want the details on this too, Julie Nixon Eisenhower wrote a fantastic book called Pat Nixon, The Untold Story that you can get, and it's really a lot of details that I don't have time to share with you, but you can read about it. Anyway, the chiffon was on the floor, and so when she put this dress on, and she was very trim, as you know, for her entire life, so they zipped up her dress, and on the bottom was all of the chiffon that had swirled down. So she gathered up all the chiffon, she wrapped it around her body, she walked down into the state dinner, and she stood there absolutely motionless. And she wrote to my mother, she said, Helene, that was when the statue was born, because she absolutely could not move at all. They absolutely loved her. They loved her because, as she said, even though I can't speak your language, you will know if I have love in my heart for you. The way she briefed on this trip was she really wanted to meet the people. She did not want to go to teas and luncheons. She wanted to actually go to the schools, and she wanted to go to the hospitals and visit the people, be with them. So she learned language phonetically to be able to greet the people. And she also, one story is that, people say, well, how in the world did she deal with all the food that she'd never seen? So one story, when she was in Burma and they were at a dinner, she could not be the ugly American and say, "Ooh, what is this? I don't think I like it. I'm a vegan," or whatever. I mean, you couldn't do that. So there was an unplucked a bird on the plate with the beady eyes. And so she touched it with her fork and it fell off the plate. But she very discreetly just lifted it right back on the fork again and just ate around it. And I know when she was, back in the day, back in 1954, when they went, there were no phones and no technology like we have now. So she would write my mother letters and say, what was happening on the trip. And those letters are in the archives. She also left her 2 daughters, 8 and 6 years old, so she wanted to actually keep in touch with them. Tell me about school. How are you doing? What's the weather like? Where did your friends go? What's a birthday party like? She was just loved so much, and people, that trip, that goodwill trip, actually was the goodwill ambassador. So it wasn't that only trip, but she went on further trips. She went to visit a leper colony in Panama. Can you imagine? She was the first woman to enter a combat zone in Vietnam and going into a helicopter. She visited the men in the hospital who had served in the war, in the Vietnam War. She went to them, she sat by their bedsides. She wanted to know the names of their parents or their loved ones here in the United States or wherever they were. And when she got back, she actually phoned their parents and said, "I sat with your son and he's doing well." She, was the great ambassador for we all know the story about going to China, and she didn't want to go, to the teas and the luncheon, so she visited a place where they had acupuncture. She visited the zoo, the story of the pandas, and she just was that kind of person. She was an enthusiastic person. She was a real person. The climates in those trips in the Far East were absolutely, sometimes were 100 degrees, and then you go back to cold weather. They went to, maybe some of you have been there, Burma, Laos, Cambodia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Afghanistan. So she took one suitcase for cold weather, and she took another suitcase for warm weather. 2 suitcases, 1 assistant, 19 countries, 43,000 miles in 10 weeks. And did she get sick? No. Did she get hungry? Yes. So they were able to take K-rations. They were able to take, when you go on the airplane, they give you snacks. So they actually took those things from the airplanes and they put them in their suitcases, because sometimes when they come back from a state dinner, 60 state dinners on that trip, they were really, really hungry. So they'd sit down and eat the saltines and eat the tomato soup. But I think one thing that is really just absolutely engraved in my mind is that when she said, even though you can't speak their language, they will know by the smiles and the hugs that you truly have love in your heart for all of them. And as mentioned on the panel too, she was voted the most admired woman in the world for 17 years, even when she left the White House. She was right up there with Mother Teresa, and she was just a great lady. So this symposium today is just really, really great.
I know one particular trip that she took that was really one kind of, wonderful, was the trip to Russia. Of course, the trip to China too, but, people don't know that at that time, these were, despite television and stereotypes, ultimately life in a communist country was still a mystery. Life in the Soviet Union and in these other Soviet, communist satellite countries, and then in, as they used to call it, Red China, as a somewhat of a pejorative term, but meaning it was communist China, that television followed her, and for the first time, because of Mrs. Nixon, Americans were seeing and experiencing through her eyes and experiences what life in the Soviet Union and China was like.
Right, and I think too that the fact that when Eisenhower actually selected them to be on the trip, you probably already know there were 500 million communist Chinese that were vying for these countries. So, and no Westerners had been there to actually, they didn't know what even a Westerner was like. So to experience that and to really form a bond that was treasured forever, it really was. So yes.
I think also her trip to 3 African nations as First Lady were very important, not only in terms of international relations and what the Nixon administration wanted to achieve, but at a time when the United States was undergoing the first wave, the first generation of civil rights legislation, seeing people of color and seeing Mrs. Nixon be so personable and so involved and so welcomed so warmly, that had a second kind of impact that perhaps was not always immediately obvious. Can you recall any stories about her trips to Ghana or the Ivory Coast or?
Yeah, she went to the first inauguration of the woman president in the Ivory Coast. And I want to go back to just some things because many people ask me, okay, how did she do this on these trips? How did she pack her clothes? And her secret for packing was, and maybe you know this, was to put tissue paper in between. So if I were going to pack this jacket, I would fold it. But then if I were going to pack the pants, I would put tissue paper between the jacket and the pants. And then I would take my shoes. I'm not going to do total visual here, but I would take my shoes. She would take her shoes, and she would actually put things that would fit into the shoes. So, you'll see those pictures of her in Ghana, too. She was actually, they draped her. Maybe some of you have been to Africa. People are so warm and welcoming. And so what they did was they actually wrapped her in the country's cloth, put a turban on her head, and they asked her to get up and dance. And she did. She just really loved the people so much. And there she, oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you for the incredible, video. And you can see, they had her get out and dance. And the children absolutely loved her. They would crawl in her lap. There's a very quick story about when she was on one of the trips. A little girl came up to her. Sarah, do you mind? And she came up to her. She was 6 years old, and she did not drop Mrs. Nixon's hand for the entire way, all the way into the gathering. She just held steadfast under her hand. So you can just see how much she was loved.
And I think one point to make with that, particularly with the foreign trips, is that there's legislation and there's policy and there are treaties and there are wars that deal with all of the political realities of international relations. But when you see somebody from an entirely different culture treating others simply as human beings, whether they're men or women or children or older people, and that this was not some grand plan of Mrs. Nixon. It was simply relying on her human instincts.
Yes, she really, and I want to let Mary, please, get a chance to talk. I think the fact that you probably all know that her parents had both died by the time she was 17. So she really knew the ethic of hard work. But she always said to me, she said, Maureen, take your job seriously, just don't take yourself seriously.
Interesting.
And so enjoy life, really have a good time. And she lived that. She truly, truly lived that. She worked hard, very, very hard, but she had a wicked sense of humor. Her laughter would light up this room. Her Secret Service name was Starlight. Can you imagine? That's who she was.
Well, Mary, maybe you could talk to us a little bit and address what, for I think a lot of reporters at the time and the public, was sometimes appeared to be a little bit of an ill-defined, quote-unquote, project. And that was what she called volunteerism. I know that at one point that VISTA, which was the National counsel encouraging volunteerism, that she was interested, I know, in the formation of that and went to several of their meetings. But she really functioned, and again, we should mention that the role of First Lady is still developing. So at this point, there's no chief of staff. Pat Nixon essentially served as her own chief of staff. And as her biographer, I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that role, what she sought to accomplish and its impact.
Well, excuse me. Actually, I think that kind of ending with this is a good way, because so many of you have talked earlier today about how this time period was on the cusp of the difference between kind of the way women were in the past. And volunteerism fits into that very well. It's very feminine, it's very community oriented. And so in that way, it was something that was politically very good, both for her husband and for the party, because they really kind of picked this out for her and kind of told her this was going to be her topic. But it fit in well with who she was, because she was someone who was this person, this woman of an earlier generation who said, you know what? I had to work hard. I always went out and worked. I've never worked. I always worked hard. And who didn't think in terms of somebody telling her, no, you couldn't, right? So in that way, it fits in with that part of it. But on the other hand, she's also someone who said, no, I'm not going out meeting with these. I'm not going to go meet with dignitaries. If I'm going to go meet with volunteer associations, I'm going to go see where they're actually working. And so when they sent her out, the press would be waiting for her at the airport with, where are the bouquets of flowers? Where's the mayor? And that wasn't where she was, because she went to the facilities to see what people were doing. Now, as a topic, it was something that she did appreciate, because she was someone who said, I believe that a person is what a person does. Actually, she said, I believe it's what he does. All right? Because that's part of what she wants to do. It also, this also helped her to be able to escape what she called the big shots in Washington. It helped her to get out of the Washington, D.C. scene, to go out into the public, where she did have this amazing ability. And I think it goes back to what you said earlier, Linda. It has to do with her authenticity. At one of these volunteer groups, it was a young people's kind of group that she was seeing. And at the end of it, this young man came up and he said, can I give you a kiss on the cheek? And she said, sure. And he told a reporter afterwards, he said, I don't really like them. He said, I didn't expect this at all. He said, but she was like my grandmother. And that ability for her to just talk to people who did not agree with her, or who maybe didn't think about her as a person, that I think is something that comes through in all of these. And I have to say it for a minute, just going back to the Africa picture, and that picture of her in that blue turban is my favorite picture of her. Because the story that I read about it was that she was sitting and they had brought her this fabric, and they expected that she would put the fabric under her chair. But instead, she stood up and was trying to put it on. And the women were amazed that she was trying to do this. And so they came up and started dressing her. And that, right there, that did more than any other kind of piece of legislation. And again, it was the authenticity of what she was trying to do. She was a woman who was very much caught in all of these different forces, and who always just tried to remain who she was. And in the process of doing that, I think as we've seen today, she actually was able to make tremendous strides for women and for a lot of different people.
I think we might also talk a little, Mary, thank you for that, in the time we have left, a little bit about politics. And we always know President Nixon always credited his wife for really having very wise, practical advice, but that during the presidency, she was not really one of his primary advisors. And it's one reason why when she was asked about Watergate, she was telling the truth when she said she only knew what she had learned through the media, like most Americans did. Certainly during the Vietnam War, of course, the trip to Vietnam, but then when she went out on the road for some of the volunteer projects, she was confronted by particularly the student group, I can't remember what college, but I believe it was in Ohio, where it was a panel on volunteerism, but there were a lot of people wearing peace buttons and so forth. And so she told the line, so to speak. She followed the administration policy. There was no conflict there. And then on the women's movement, maybe you could talk a little bit about that. I know when we did the exhibit, Why They Wore It, about first ladies and how they use their clothing to sometimes make a political statement. One of the most interesting things is that Pat Nixon was the first lady to make public appearances in wearing pants. And that really sent an immediate visual message of her as sort of a moderate feminist of that era.
See, well, actually, in the article in which, because I think that article was in Ladies' Home Journal that she modeled the pantsuit, she also said, I'm not a feminist, because in my day, I never had anybody tell me I couldn't do anything. And I think that's the perfect encapsulation of this difference, right? On the one hand, she's still back here. She's a woman of her time. But she's also someone who says, okay, we got these opportunities. We've got to go out and do this. I mean, the second term, I think she was just coming into her own, really being able to kind of take advantage of going on these trips to different countries and being able to do these things. And so I think for her, I think part of the reason she was so popular with so many women of her age is that she kind of embodied their feelings of, but this is what we were always supposed to do, and this is good, and it's valid that I do this. But on the other hand, there's so many things everybody else is doing, and I want to be able to do that. And I think that her being able to navigate that, I think, was very important.
I know that on two of the most controversial issues facing women at the time, which have been addressed here before, that she was asked during the 72 campaign press conference when she was on the campaign trail, her feelings about the Equal Rights Amendment, which she supported, and the pending decision, Roe versus Wade, in which she very gently said she believed it was a woman's individual right to that kind of a decision. So she didn't really weigh in personally on that. But you bring up a really important point that I don't believe anyone's ever addressed. And that is, what do we all think Mrs. Nixon, had she had the full second term, if she had had those remaining 3 years, if the president hadn't resigned? I know that's a difficult question because then the idea of Watergate overhanging it, what would have happened with him, is obviously going to affect her directly. But in terms of her achievements and her interests, I'm hoping all four of you could weigh in and talk a little bit about that.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, we can go down the line. It's a difficult question because, it's always tough for historians to deal in counterfactuals and thinking about these things that may have been. But certainly, I think we would see the continuity of Mrs. Nixon pursuing her passions and the things that she felt fueled her and made her happiest. And so I think we certainly would have seen more of these diplomatic trips being a really important centerpiece of the work that she's doing, especially as American international affairs grow increasingly important in this period. But then on the other hand, there are things that I think she really successfully completed. Going back to Bob's discussion of the White House collection, it's so funny to think about the first ladies that followed her had very little to do with anything related to White House preservation because it had simply been done. So you don't see people like Nancy Reagan and Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Ford really have much to do on that task. So while I think it's true that she could have pursued more of these other tasks that we see in the future, she certainly had some projects that have a nice bow on them at the end of her time at the White House.
I think, too, it's been mentioned here before, two words: get involved. Get involved and get your children involved. You know, it's really sad in this day and age. I don't know in other states, but I know here in California, they don't teach geography in school. So when you say, you know, I'm from Venezuela, to somebody, they have no, where is Venezuela? You know, so get involved in, you know, whatever you can get involved with to make this country a better place. I think that would be really something that she would carry on. And the volunteers, how many in this room are volunteers? You are the backbone. You are the backbone of this country. Without you, I mean, at the Nixon Library, there are just volunteers who have had 4,000 hours. I mean, it's just incredible. So I think she would continue with volunteerism, and she would continue with get involved. Don't just sit and let somebody else do it. It's been mentioned here before, too, that indeed one person can make a difference. So I think that would be it.
So I think as Sarah said, it's a very tricky thing, because I actually think part of the reason she got as much space to do what she did was because what was going on with Watergate. She might not have had that space. I'm not sure. I don't know. So on the one hand, I think the lesson is that she was able to kind of take advantage and find these areas and make her mark. Because I think that, I don't know if she would have had those opportunities otherwise, which is, as Sarah said, the dangers of counterfactuals. Sorry to be a bummer. I'm sorry.
Bob?
Well, I'll make sure we don't end on a bummer. I think that one of the things I think about is that, you know, if President Nixon had served his full second term, he would have presided over the country's celebrations of our bicentennial in 1976. And the way she, you know, promoted volunteerism, but just got out in the kind of, she would have had a ball, I think, during the bicentennial. And those of us who can remember back to that, remember the great spirit of unity and proudness or sense of pride in our country. And just volunteering was going on all over the place as part of those celebrations. So I think that, you know, if they had fit, and that would have been their last full year in the White House, I think she would have just had an absolute grand time helping to lead the celebration of the bicentennial of our country. And it would have given her the opportunity, I think, to really take to new heights what she had been doing in terms of volunteerism and getting out, meeting with people, and just celebrating the idea of this great country of ours.
We have just about 1 minute left, and I have one last question following up on this. I always remember a conversation I had with one of the first directors here, John Taylor, who knew Mrs. Nixon. It was about how much interest she had in what was then about to become the Nixon Presidential Library and Museum, and how she just had a limited idea on, feedback, I should say, on what she wanted to be said about her. And I'm thinking about how her legacy was truncated because of the sudden, just like the Kennedy assassination, the resignation was a shock. And suddenly, her life was, and the White House was over. And I've often wondered why she never thought about writing a memoir, although, of course, by having her daughter write it, she helped, but it still wasn't in her own voice. I'm wondering if you could all weigh in before we're a little bit over by a minute, but I just wonder if you might also muse on why she didn't write her memoirs.
I think one thing that I'll just say in researching Mrs. Nixon is her sense of privacy and the things that she did and did not want shared with the public. And I think that one of the key pieces of a memoir are those behind the scenes moments with your family, with your husband, that we see make a really good, really juicy First Lady memoir. And it just seems out of character for somebody like Mrs. Nixon.
I completely concur with you, Sarah. I really think that was it. And it was mentioned to you, the fact that her daughter, Julie Nixon Eisenhower, wrote a fantastic book. And if you get a chance, it's Pat Nixon, The Untold Story. And that Pat really helped with so much with Julie. And again, you know, the calling to herself. She just wasn't that kind of person. So I think that her legacy lives through her family. 3 things about Pat Nixon: faith, family, friends. That was it. And love for her country. She did it right. She really did.
I agree completely. I think she was so private she wouldn't have thought to do that. And humble. Pride and humble. Having privacy and being humble, she wouldn't have thought that she needed to do that.
You know, it's so interesting you say that too. I always think about the fact that Americans at the time didn't know that she was a first-generation American, that her mother had been an immigrant from Germany. Because so much of her Irish ancestry, her grandparents and great-grandparents had come from Ireland on her father's side. And so we have her birthday tomorrow, and we have St. Patrick's Day the next day, which is when she celebrated it. But people didn't know that she was also, her mother had come from Germany. Bob, would you like to just address the issue of the memoir?
Sure. I'll address it in a slightly different way, Carl. You mentioned when the library was being prepared in 89 to 90, how she really didn't care whether she was in the library very much at all. And I was working in the president's office back in New Jersey, kind of writing the story of his presidency for the library. And we had very little on Mrs. Nixon. And I remember asking John Taylor one time, why isn't there more on Mrs. Nixon? She said, well, her idea was this was the president's library. She didn't really care. Well, I remember after the opening, which my wife and I were at, and as well as I think 50,000 other people, feedback started to come back very quickly after that, back to the president's office back in Woodcliff Lake, New Jersey. There's not enough Pat Nixon in here. And indeed, there was not. So very quickly, in short order, the Pat Nixon part of the library was expanded, still probably not big enough. And, even now it still has, some good stuff on Mrs. Nixon, but I think there could be a little bit more because of just what a huge role she played in President Nixon's entire career, going all the way back to 1946. So, but yeah, it was very funny. When that library opened, everybody on her, particularly who was there, who had been on her staff at the White House, was like, where's the Pat Nixon stuff? So in short order, more Pat Nixon was put into the exhibits.
Thanks very much. And right before this, we go to the film, which is really going to be a beautiful and emotional and really strong summarization of everything we've learned today. I would also take my hat off to someone like Mrs. Nixon, who has not sought credit, but who had, as a woman, a very public role in her father's presidency, and that's Julie Nixon Eisenhower. There was at one point when, while her husband David was active in the Navy, that Julie became very active in the administration, and as did both daughters, and there's recordings, for example, of Tricia Nixon reporting back to her father and Julie reporting back to her father on public events they went to and what the reaction was. But Julie also went out on her own and promoted the environmental policies that we heard earlier about today. And she's never been given credit for that. Much like her mother, I think the importance was that the message get out rather than the messenger being applauded for doing it. But it's a point that has been overlooked, and I just wanted to mention that. So thanks very much, and now we will watch this beautiful, wonderful film.
To be just a small part of this convention that's going to nominate Richard Nixon for another 4 years in the White House. With our gracious and lovely First Lady, Pat Nixon, by his side.
She is one of the most intriguing figures in American history. An accomplished and effective diplomat, an ideal and an inspiration.
I give you the First Lady of our land, the First Lady of our world, Patricia Ryan Nixon.
I think we were in high
high school, your mother died rather early, and then you had to take care of your father, and you were on your own. Did you kind of take care of the family?
I did. But it was a pleasure because we all worked together.
She rose from the humblest and harshest of beginnings to be voted one of the most admired women in the world for 22 years. She said, "People are my project," and she moved easily and eagerly among people who sensed her strength and felt her compassion. She reshaped and expanded the roles of both the Second and First Lady.
Mrs. Nixon was personally active, visiting hospitals and other institutions.
Mrs. Nixon enjoyed the park herself, even to the point of rolling in a few putts.
Pat Nixon truly experienced, embodied, and exemplified the American dream. Her story began in a cabin in the Copper Hills of Nevada, late on the night before St. Patrick's Day, March 16, 1912. She lost both her parents by 18 and went to work to pay the bills and keep her two brothers in school. She never let her hardships limit or define her. Independent and adventurous, in 1932, she answered an ad to drive an elderly couple across the country. They were surprised that Pat Ryan was a girl, but she got the job. She stayed in New York and took a radiology course at Columbia University. Returning to California, she enrolled at the University of Southern California.
While you were in high school, did you decide what you wanted to do when you went to college, what you wanted to become?
I hadn't decided exactly, except that I knew I wanted an education. I didn't want to marry early or try to go up without the education which I felt was necessary.
To pay for her schooling, she found work in a Los Angeles department store and as an extra in Hollywood films.
And I was offered part, but I decided not to drop out of school.
And in 1937, when only 1 in 10 women earned a 4-year degree, Pat Ryan graduated cum laude and with the equivalent of a master's degree. After graduation, she taught at Whittier High School, where she met a young lawyer named Richard Nixon. After World War II, the young couple settled down and began a family. Tricia was born in 1946 and Julie in 1948. When Dick ran for Congress from California's 12th district, Pat was an equal part and partner in the campaign, and the formidable Nixon team was forged. On their many travels, she excelled as an ambassador on behalf of the American people. She traveled to 81 countries and every state in the Union, sharing her genuine warmth, indomitable spirit, and her compassionate strength. She broke new ground as Second Lady. Wherever she went, she insisted that her schedule include meetings with real people in real places. Schools, orphanages, hospitals, village markets. In Panama, she even visited a leper colony.
Mrs. Nixon visited the Palo Seco Leprosarium, where she toured under the personal guidance of its director.
She continued this custom as First Lady. In 1970, she brought relief supplies to the devastated country of Peru.
It is a signal honor for me to receive this decoration from the government of Peru. I accept it for the people of the United States who are glad to lend a helping hand to their neighbors in distress.
Pat Nixon repeatedly broke the mold. She was the first First Lady to travel to Africa. There, and in South America, she became the first First Lady to serve as an official representative of the United States as she met the people and conferred with their leaders. She was the first First Lady to address another nation's parliament and the first to enter an active combat zone.
Mrs. Nixon took a helicopter ride 15 minutes out of Saigon to a war orphanage at Two Duck. On the ground, there were jeep loads of soldiers who rode shotgun cover for her. She brushed aside official briefings so she could have more time to see the troops.
When the President and First Lady visited China, millions around the world saw that remote and isolated communist country for the first time through Pat Nixon's eyes. Her attention to detail and respect for cultural tradition was noted and appreciated. From mastering basic Chinese phrases to choosing her now iconic red coat, signifying good luck and happiness. She was personally responsible for the Chinese gesture that captured the imagination of America, the gift of 2 giant pandas to the National Zoo in Washington. Closer to home, Pat Nixon actively encouraged women to run for public office. She supported the Equal Rights Amendment, lobbied her husband to appoint a woman to the Supreme Court, and was the first First Lady to wear pants in public. Pat Nixon truly made the White House the people's house. She was responsible for its being lighted at night, a tradition that continues to this day. She initiated rose garden tours and candlelight Christmas tours, and as part of the extensive White House renovations, which she oversaw,
Good afternoon and welcome to the beautiful new Blue Room of the White House.
installed wheelchair ramps, pioneered special tours for the blind, and acquired more than 600 historic paintings, antiques, and furnishings, more than any First Lady before or since. She was the most public of figures, but she was intensely private, and only a lucky few knew her fun-loving spirit and her sly sense of humor.
Yes, I do, from time to time, have a good laugh over the fact that I'm supposed to be shy.
Her later years afforded Pat Nixon what she truly desired most, time with her family, including her 4 grandchildren, Jenny, Alex, Melanie, and Christopher. She passed away, surrounded by her family, in June of 1993. Pat Nixon was as accomplished as she was modest, as strong as she was warm. Although she spent nearly 50 years in the public eye, she never sought the attention that came with her positions or activities. Even if people didn't know her, they knew that they admired her.
Mrs. Nixon should not be underestimated.
When you think of Pat, her husband of 53 years said, I hope that you remember the sunshine of her smile. She would like that.
Hello. As we close our event today, I just wanted to note that that video was narrated by Jenny Eisenhower, who is the daughter of Julie, and we really appreciate her for doing that. This was such a wonderful program today. I'd like to give everyone a round of applause again for their great contributions, so thank you. We want to extend a special thank you to all of our panelists and moderators for being here today, and we appreciate the knowledge and understanding that we gained from each of you through the lens of women's history in the Nixon administration. We also wanted to extend a special thank you to our partners, the Richard Nixon Foundation, and for all of their great work and help in putting this event together. We also wanted to thank the Nixon Docent Guild, the dedicated staff of the Nixon Library, the National Archives team, the White House Historical Association, and our friends at C-SPAN for your tremendous support of today's event. We invite you to join us here at the Nixon Library tomorrow for Pat Nixon's birthday and a celebration of service. You can enjoy free admission all day long and activities throughout the day. We also invite you to join us for our second Tuesday's book talks and the many other events that the Nixon Foundation as well as National Archives puts on here. You can learn more by visiting our websites at nixonlibrary.gov or nixonfoundation.org. We also want to invite you, if you have some time today, to stop by out there and visit our women's history display and education case. And we're also playing a video about women's history that you can watch in Theater 37. So thank you again for all of you for joining us today, and we really appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, and I did want to note for the panelists, if you could please join us up here on stage, we're going to take a quick picture. Thank you.